Hello, and welcome everyone to Tales of Vardin, presented by To Be Diced Adventures. Once again, we are here to have some fun, roll some dice. But before we get to that, let's start and see who we have playing this evening with us, starting right here with our good friend, Michael.
Hello, I am an extremely sick Michael St. Gregory, and I am playing the very healthy, maybe not mentally, but physically certainly, Solomon, wizard of formerly of the bastards. No, I mean, they don't even deserve to be said out loud. Anyway, hi, happy to be
here. Greetings and salutations. I am Daddy Tarzan. On all social media platforms, you can find me at Daddy Tarzan 82855. I am playing William the Pirate Barbarian. William the Pirate Fighter turned undead, as you can see here, his half deteriorated face, and the resident drunk as well, who no longer can get drunk because he's undead, which sucks.
We'll see about that.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on all social media platforms, including TikTok and Instagram is where I'm mainly active. I play Grendel, who is the very large, giant green woman. She's a half-orc barbarian who loves flowers and was raised by halflings.
Who's that mystery man?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
No, you've already pulled that shit. You can't do it again now.
No, I certainly can. Watch me. Hello, everybody. I am Victor. You can find me as Victor_the Story Weaver on TikTok. And I am playing Harpon Cartez, who recently revealed himself to the party and was a very trustworthy, not at all suspicious, very emotionally available individual who definitely is the most heroic and most relatable character of the group.
Roll deception.
Happily.
Wow.
Unfortunately, tonight we do not have our sweet Dia, as they have other engagements, but you can follow her at diaval.cause on all social media platforms. And we are also expecting a certain war-torn knight to make an appearance this evening as well. So we will continue our story, and hopefully they will join us soon enough. But until then, I think it's time for those of us here to be diced. Before we begin, how about a round of applause for our
Are you kidding me?
Michael St. Gregory, who always just goes above and beyond all of us nerds and makes us feel just on top of the world.
I feel like
thank you.
Actually, I think I blinked. I think I blinked a couple of times. Can we run that again?
Yeah, roll it again. Let's go.
My dog ate my screen.
We'll run it again after intermission for those who missed.
Okay. Oh,
that was insane.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Very good.
Chef's kiss. Mwah.
Every time. So, Right.
Thank you.
So last time,
Now I can't wait for Star
I am
Wars.
available for hire, people out there.
absolutely
Hire
pay
my
this
ass, and I
man.
can make your
He's
shit look
worth
good.
all the money. So last time we left off with all of our party members in a Magisterium library gathering information about abyssal creatures and layers, William doing his own research and stuffing books into his cavernous coat, apparently. Upon getting the information needed and making their way out of the facility safely, they came in contact with Grendel's parents, who were on their way to Embershard to deliver a shipment of
delight.
ale. An absolute delight. They were having a good time. After a few free ales, an individual from Corellian Enoch's office came running to tell the party that their friend was in danger. Upon arriving at his manor and entering his study, they found an enormous black ooze monster that was in the process of consuming Corellian. And after freeing him and defeating this monster, tensions rose as the distrust among the party was at an all-time high. And we left off with a very disgruntled Godi, which is out of the norm, ripping everyone a new one and making them prove their trustworthiness before they proceed with any further questing in their search for the Amber Paragon. Unfortunately, our dear William was able to escape the room after Solomon unlocked the door in a show of good faith, which was taken advantage of. So, William, at this point in time, where the hell are you?
So I would like to rewind time a little bit, just to where and how, right before William ends up out of this room. This is probably at the height of Godi's exposition towards the end. William is like fiercely thinking about how he just wants to be anywhere outside of this room and take care of what is immediately pressing in his mind. And the moment that the doors open and Solomon had removed the arcane lock, he can feel the outside breeze coming in, and it just washes over him, and he just closes his eyes as he thinks about being outside those doors as Godi and Solomon keep continuing to flex their intellectual muscle, essentially. And as it starts to wrap up, William's eyes turn to the door, and as he looks outside and he can see the streets out there, his immediate thought is, God, I just want to be out there right now. And with that, like dust in a wind, William evaporates from the room and reapparates outside where he wanted to be.
Misty step?
As the wind washes over him, he looks down, looks around the street, touches himself, trying to understand what just happened, how he got out here. All he knows is he wanted to be out here, and now he's out here. He looks down at his chest, and as the wind washes over him, he can see his flesh begin to become translucent and wispy. And that's fucking new, mate. Well, I'm out of that godforsaken room. And he starts running towards the docks.
As you start running, What's your passive perception?
Passive would be. Oh, that's not too bad. 14.
14. Running by, you are pretty much singularly focused, but you were trained to keep your head on a swivel, and you notice that people are sidestepping and like trying to move away or giving you like an odd look as you're running. And as you're running, your arms kind of come in front of you, and you see your hand that is here is like not there anymore, and it's over here as you're running through, if you're using what I think you're using.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Used it. Yeah. So.
Does that give you extra movement as well?
No, just
No? Okay.
just the ability.
Okay.
As far as I remember. Oh no, it does give me additional 10 feet. Look at that.
Yeah. You find yourself moving a little bit faster as well, and almost like you are coming to an intersection, and before you know it, you blink your eyes basically, and you're on the other side of the street. Like,
yeah,
you're still headed in the same direction. You're still headed towards your destination. You're just moving faster than you know you can on your own 2 feet.
God, I love this thing. Immediate thought is I need to get to the docks. I need to warn them. And he is just bolting it at this point, not paying any attention to the rest of the party back at the office. Okay. So if they choose to pursue, that's on them.
You make it down to the docks. Is there a particular thing you're looking for here?
Beelining it straight for the dock master, or harbor master, given this is probably bigger. So yeah, the harbor master. As soon as he locates and identifies him, you, mate, I need answers from you.
Sailor?
Commander Powell's ship, the Sovereign's Pride. I need to know where it's at.
It's still sitting right there. You're lucky you caught it. They were supposed to ship out this morning.
Thank you, mate. And he just runs that direction towards Sovereign's Pride.
Ain't got time for nothing but themselves.
As soon as he gets towards the gangplank, he's calling out to Commander Powell. Commander Powell, where are you?
The same young individual is talking to another of the sailors, and kind of holds up and is looking through kind of the docks and it's you. What do you need?
Sorry, give me a minute. Are any of your men sick? Coughing, wheezing, anything of that nature?
A couple were, yeah. Magestarium came and took them about an hour ago. I was supposed to already be on my way.
They've been quarantined from the crew?
Like five crew hands, and now I'm trying to scrounge around and find somebody worth their salt.
Okay. Is anybody aboard taking any of the elixirs?
No one's taking medications or anything like that. We're all just eating oranges.
Okay. All right. This is going to sound strange. You can't let anybody that is in possession of the elixirs or is taking them. They cannot leave this pier. You need to stop it.
At this point, he's making his way like down the gangplank and over to you, and he puts an arm, like a hand on your shoulder, and goes, "Are you quite all right? Do I need to call someone for you, or?"
I'm fine.
Follow my finger.
Enough of that. Focus. There is an infection spreading across the land, and I need you to make sure it doesn't leave this port.
If there's an infection, I'm sure the Chapel of Arendor and all the healers can take care of it just
No,
fine.
it's beyond their scope, and in God's damn it, they might be involved in this whole situation. I don't know. It's beyond my scope, but it needs any shipments, any persons that are infected by this need to be stopped here. If need be, kill them. Do not let them leave.
You're asking something that I don't. I might be the commander of this vessel, but you want me to shut down the whole harbor?
Yes, you need to stop anybody from leaving the harbor. We need to contain this. You're the only person I can trust right now.
It's gonna roll an insight check on you. It's a 12.
Oh yeah, you can read right through him. So, he's being completely truthful, and you get there's more of a personal investment into this individual himself, as opposed to real concern about the city itself.
Your words are the mutterings of a madman, but there seems to be truth in you. You're worried about something. What did you say your name was? Leviticus?
Yes, Leviticus, yeah. William Leviticus.
There's something about you that is... I'll see what I can do. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here to take possession of this vessel and go to fair harbors with...
Listen, I'm on the same boat as you, son. I don't understand it, but it's getting out of control, and I'm doing my best to try and contain it, but I need to know that you are safe, and that this doesn't expand past this harbor.
Again, I'll see what I can do. We have to leave. It's imperative that we leave. But I'll do some looking. I'll check in with the harbor master and see what's going on. Try to get some answers from the Magestarium, because they did take some of my men. So I will look into that. And if your words have any weight to them, I'll take them into consideration and try to do what I can here. Is that good enough?
Just keep your head on a swivel. There's something going on out here.
Always do. It's something my mom said that my dad would always say.
There's like a slight crack in his facade for a moment when he says that, but he just recomposes. Good. I don't know if I'll see you again, but just be safe, all right, Mike?
You seem like a decent sailor. There's just something about you. If I end up short-handed, I might call on you. Is that all right?
Yeah. If I'm around, feel free to call me. But I have to take care of some things.
And reaches out a hand.
There's a slight tremble in his hand as he goes to reach out, and he returns the grasp.
The handshake that you feel is one that, as a father and a man, you're very proud of.
Mm-hmm. Your father would have been one proud man. All right. Take care of yourself. I need to go.
You too. As you turn, make a perception check for me.
That's a nat 20 for 24.
The first thing you notice is a sinking feeling that something is watching you. And you look up, and there are seagulls and different pure birds hanging around. But there's also something that should not be out this time of day in this arrangement, in this flock, kind of hiding in between the seagulls flying and like pecking at each other. Flying very high is just a circling owl. The other thing that you notice is another feathered individual. But the color of the feathers are red. Standing down the dock is a very familiar individual that you know. Salik.
This bastard.
And we're gonna switch back to the office where Godi, Solomon, Harpon, Grendel are. Xenia sitting over in the corner, scribbling down something in a few notebooks, kind of cross-referencing the different books that she has.
Xenia, keep it
open.
down. We can't hear ourselves think with all your talking.
And just scraping.
Sorry.
Just muttering to themselves the whole time.
It's a bit stressful when all I hear in this moment is Xenia's voice. Xenia's voice.
Grendel's still just kind of like sitting in front of the door. She's kind of just patting the ground right now. She's not a happy camper at the moment. You can kind of see her glaring over at Harpon every now and then, and she just continues to like kind of slap at the ground.
After having the conversation, Grendel, of emotion and how you feel very deeply, you notice in Corellian's voice a quiver and a break that he hasn't before. He's always presented himself very regally, very confident, very salesman-esque, sort of, just a very shrewd businessman. But at this point, you feel in that voice there is something breaking as he looks at Godi and says, "Where did you get this?" Referring to the journal.
Putting myself back into the context, I believe that my question was, why is your name on a journal about the man that this guy just said his name because of spooky coin in his pocket?
Mm-hmm.
Verbatim.
Yeah, you can look back at the last episode. That's exactly what you said, Matt.
Yeah, it's very goaty. Very goaty.
Amazing.
Intellectual. I love it.
So he says, so Cody has been very upset this whole time. And when he just says, where did you get this? He's just going to slam his hand down on it and go, "You answer my questions right now."
Grendel kind of jumps on the ground for a minute and just kind of leans back against the door, just watching Godi.
You see this man's eyes well up with tears. Almost unfazed by the anger that you're presenting, and just holds this book as his knees fall to the ground and just collapses, and just tears begin to run down his face. I never thought I'd see anything from him again.
Now you're making me feel like it.
And he just
Grendel
holds it
stands
to
up
his
and just
chest
starts, like,
and just cries.
There. I do not know why you were crying. I cannot read, but there.
Oh, great. Grendel's going to think Cody's a bully.
After this release of emotion and being consoled by Grendel, he'll just shakily close the book, set it on the desk, and stand somewhat taller than he did before. Mr. Godi, you want me to prove my trustworthiness? Then let me do so, for I am not your enemy. And he walks over to a bookshelf, runs his finger along the copies, pulls it out, opens a page for your proving. And he turns it. Page 137 of this tome has a Zone of Truth spell. If you allow it, I will cast this, and there shall be no lies in this circle.
Go on.
Ask your questions, and I shall not
Smash
lie.
for the sound effects.
Yes. You know that he willingly failed his saving throw for this Zone of Truth. If you would like to make them, then you are welcome to, whoever is standing in the 15 feet, I believe.
Might be 30. We'll just say everybody. Why not? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Come on, people. Stop lying.
How big
Stop
is this
lying,
room?
everybody.
What are we rolling?
No, well,
Technically a charisma save, I believe.
Yeah, I guess.
Not sure what the DC would be, but Goaty willingly fails.
Yeah, so will Solomon.
I'm gonna go ahead and just say Grindel's a -1. She fails.
Yeah.
She doesn't even willingly fail. It just
15-foot radius sphere.
I chose to fail.
let's
Harpon?
on.
Was that?
It is a charisma saving throw.
Yeah,
I would
Harpon.
say it's like 14.
What about Harpon?
Have you chosen
You're
to
rolling
fail?
a save?
What did you save?
Would you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he would. He
You
would
know whether each creature
He knows.
succeeds or fails on its saving throw.
Oh, you motherfucker! Victor has way too much fun with this character.
Oh, I sure do.
You sit on a throne of lies.
And you love me for it.
We actually invite you to sit on the throne of lies.
Yeah.
Actually. It's
We
why
made
we
one.
brought you here.
Merry
It was a
Christmas.
democracy.
Pull the
so-
chair out from under you and then laugh.
As he closes the book and sets it down, Corellian will look at Cortez.
He gives him a nod.
What are your questions?
Who is the author of this journal?
My father, Nathaniel Enoch.
Who was your father?
My father established the Enoch Trading Company many years ago. Part of me thinks that he just did it to get write-offs from the government to be able to fund his expeditions to look for Lord Calibrand's treasure.
Was this just...
It was my father's
would-
life's work.
Was he a treasure hunter or was he an academic?
Some would say both. He didn't
What would you
want...
say?
I would say he was the greatest man who ever lived.
What investment did he have in Lord Calibrand specifically?
Oh, he had so many theories. He had the largest collection of information on Lord Calibrand than anyone had, because no one wants to believe that the stories are true, but my father did. And my father wanted to prove them wrong.
Would I know what stories he's referring to?
You would get an inkling. There are some stories that seem so far out there that they couldn't possibly, be true. Like, there's just some things, like him facing down an entire kraken by himself, or having possession of a certain artifact, or different, just different fantastical stories that that just seem too large for life.
Where is your father's research?
He reaches over and pulls the journal that you gave him. My mother and father left when I was 10. On their final expedition, my father thought he had pinpointed it, thought he had found it, so he took everything with him, chartered one last vessel, and said he would return within the month with the proof he needed to rub it in the Magisterium's face, and he would finally be published as a recognized author.
What was your mother's name?
Kira Dunbar. And he takes out the little
Pause for research.
pocketbook that Harpon found for him that had little alchemical notes in it, and opens it and pulls out a little purple flower with yellow veins in it. My mother named me after this flower. It's a Corellian violet, said to be one of the defining factors of finding Lord Caliban's stash, said to grow on the back of a dragon turtle.
Those are so pretty.
My mother sent me a letter, which is how I knew they found it. But they never returned. So I'm going to ask you one more time, Cody. Where did you get the book? Where is my father? We're going to switch back to William. William, having spotted the owl momentarily, it's gone again. It's found its way behind one of the seagulls, and next time you look at it and try to follow its trail, it's gone. But I think at the moment, your focus is more so on the individual down the pier that is just putting away a telescope.
Where is he currently looking? Is he looking right at me, or is he looking somewhere else?
Looking out to sea at the moment, just kind of.
I would say he would be making his way slowly towards Salik. Not announcing himself, but trying to get in closer before he realizes that he's there.
Okay. He's going to turn and start walking in your direction, but not really paying attention too much. He's just kind of whistling and...
At that point, William will tilt his chin down so his hat will cover majority of his face, so he can get in closer without, again, trying to avoid direct identification. And just once he gets within earshot.
Hey, you sailor. What's that?
Once he gets within earshot, he'll say, "Fancy running into you here, Salik."
He turns. I was just about to ask if there was a decent place to get a drink around here, but if you're here, there's definitely not.
You wouldn't know what a good tavern would be if it kicked you in the ass. But that's not why you're here, is it?
I didn't hear anything from William. It cut off.
¿Cómo está? Mi amo es Pula Muerte.
We hear
He
you.
said you don't know.
What do I do?
You ready?
Place to drink.
Chris.
You don't know what
Mr. Gradian.
We
How
said
about
this is audio. For
I
the
can't
time
hear
being.
anyone.
Oh no!
So
Oh, no.
that's all you done. We're gonna-
Everyone call me names now, because it won't.
Chris,
Hi!
you are,
Hello.
you are
I'm reversing it on you.
Best
Muffin.
Oh,
Say
I'm
You
out.
are
Son of a nutcracker!
La
Yes.
muerte.
The ass
Pottery
bastard.
I think that you are one of the
Magical.
finest crafters that I have seen, and I am
Yeah.
jealous of your hand skills,
What
and
he's.
what you can make.
Whoa, hang on.
Bitty
Listen,
butter.
I know what I
PG-13,
said.
sir.
I
I know
know
you
what
know.
I said.
Bitty
That's
butter.
why
Well, that's
I named
good.
his son after me.
Who's good with their hands?
Level up.
Bitty butter, butter, butter.
Beer batter.
Bitty butter,
Anyway.
bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, that like my batter bitter. Bitty butter, bought some butter, butter. If I put it in the batter, that like my
Okay,
batter bitter.
language.
Bitty butter,
Ah.
bitter.
Got it.
The fuck just
Hello.
happened to
I
I
can
Taylor?
go
think Taylor just.
faster, but
No, no.
Becca?
That's gonna be real funny
No.
to watch back.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I
Perfect-
appreciate it.
Perfect timing.
Yeah,
Perfect timing.
that madness.
Taylor just spat barf.
Oh
Good.
man.
Facts. Factual.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Anyway,
William.
you insulted him. He insulted you.
Okay,
continue.
cool. We're even.
bastard.
I'm guessing you cut off at you wouldn't know a good tavern if it kicked you in the arse before. But that's not why you're here, is it?
No, that's not why I'm here. What are you doing here, by the way?
Oh, you
The
know,
usual.
just saving the
living
world.
squalor. Whatever
That's fair.
happened to the contract with Balazar?
Fulfilled it with fulfilled it extraordinarily. You know, we left it on good terms.
So you're running with your own crew now, I guess.
I'm in between jobs.
Interesting.
So what the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, we're just waiting for a shipment of birds.
Birds. What are you gonna do with birds?
That's just the next job we have, and if we can find a nice little, he nods off to the ocean side. If we can find a nice little mark or two to take down along the way, then we will.
Oh, it's just a cover. Of course it is. All right. Well, that's a clever way to get around. I'll give you credit for that. That's a smart move. But you know, if you're gonna be a bird courier, might as well make a few jobs worth it. Hopefully, you can come back with some notable jobs along the way, or are you
We'll
still
have-
scraping the bottom of the barrel?
My crew eats just fine, and we'll have more treasure than you can once the day is done.
Yeah.
Working my way up to Wyvern Riders.
Why don't I
You know
just-
them.
Aye.
So,
Rowdy
that's
bunch.
the end goal.
So what are you now? Deck swab?
Captain of my own vessel you're speaking to.
Must not be that much of a looker if you're the captain.
I'm actually in the market for a new one. And he looks kind of past you over your shoulder. It's a sovereign's pride.
What are you getting at?
Oh.
You turning legit now? Is that it?
No. We're here for more than one kind of bird. And he's gonna just try to walk past you and shove you in the shoulder.
As he does that, William like firmly grasps his shoulder.
Firmly grasped it.
Sorry, I was gonna go there. Firmly grasp it.
Yeah! This is what happens with the generation raised by SpongeBob.
Right to jail. Right to jail.
All right, grasps him firmly by the shoulder. I wouldn't try your luck on that ship if I were you, mate.
I'd advise you to let go of me. And he's gonna make eye contact with you, and he'll, like the eye, you'll see a little bit of sparking energy in it.
Whew, that's new. That's new, mate. Well, good luck on your travels. Don't get buried at sea. Gods know I won't miss you.
It will be you that's buried before me. And let me know where you are buried, because you got some shiny things on you I'd like. And he kind of flicks your blunderbuss a little bit.
This... What? This bitch! Oh! Hell no! Oh.
Like he's gonna piss on your grave too. Like, goddamn.
You gonna touch? He touched Ivara? This motherfucker. All right. Cool. He's gonna let him walk off, but he's a little upset, and is gonna follow him to his ship. He's gonna stay back, like a good distance, just to make sure he's not spotted. But he's gonna try and identify the ship that he's actually captaining at the moment.
Okay.
This motherfucker! Ah!
Go back
Fuck
to
you.
the office with Goaty, Solomon, Harpon, and Brenda.
I apologize in advance. Cody's going to produce another book. And he's going to set it on the table. This is a notebook that he also recovered from the island that we were all on. In the same... How should I put it? In the same shelf that he recovered the first one. And he's going to slowly slide that over further than the journal for Father Enoch.
What's this? He'll pick it up.
The first half is mostly notes on different plants and alchemical formulas, and a handful of poems written about a Captain Enoch. The second half details the events that happened upon the island where I found both of these books.
Part of me wants to be overjoyed because you found them. The latter half of that makes me not want to open this. Have you read
I will
this?
tell you. What did he say?
Have you read this?
In detail. I will tell you, your father was right. We found upon this island the wreck of what is to believe to be Lord Calibrand's ship. Unfortunately, we recovered after recovering a handful of things. The rest of the wreckage could not be recovered. And the island that we found it on was, in fact, DM, remind me the name of our wonderful dragon turtle friend.
A wonderful dragon turtle friend. That was a while ago, but I will try to pull that up.
Described as a titan.
Mhm.
Solomon's just been
Yeah.
staring at Goaty, thinking this whole time, damn, it's good that my old employers never found you, because you'd be really good at this.
Yeah.
Good health benefits, though.
Good health.
Why do you think we had to break Goaty out of jail when this campaign first happened? Granted, he's good, but he wasn't that good.
You
He's
broke
too
him out of
Fantastic dental.
jail? I didn't know.
Was I not supposed to do that? Was that a bad thing?
Aha.
That does not hold up in court, by the way. Just letting people know.
I had to open up my Word document for the Dragon Turtle Island. Let's see.
We'll put it in post. Ah, yes. Insert dragon turtle item name.
Ah,
Call him Mr.
great-
Turtle Daddy.
Darakunir.
Darkunir.
Daddy
Need to make
Kunir.
it easier name. Daddy Kunir.
I go to jail now.
I go to jail. I just put myself here.
Excuse me. So yes, Cody would say we found this island, which was the Titan Darkunia. And if you wish, you can keep that journal closed. And you can share this finding on your father's behalf.
I spent many days at the docks with Reuben, waiting, whether it was rain, sleet, or sunshine, watching for Erendor's favor. And it never came. And to my greatest fear, the way you're speaking, it never will. I had hoped that my father just found more adventures, and after finding Calibrand's treasure had forgotten about me and found ways to spend it, having grand voyages with my mother. But neither one are returning, are they? I will keep these to myself for the time being. Hold them close to my heart.
His Majesty Lord DM,
Mm-hmm.
given that some things have changed after our break, where is Kite?
Kite is still at the Airbnb with Margaret. Just
Really?
helping her.
Fantasy Airbnb?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
It's this translated for amazing bungeons and dragons.
Ah, yes, the elven Airbnb.
hmm
Yes. How could I be so foolish?
Airbnb.
Yep, Honeywell bed and breakfast. She is hanging out, cooking, just putzing around, doing kite things.
Come. And he turns and starts walking towards the door.
Do you have more questions?
Yes.
If I must prove my trustworthiness, then so be it. I will pull all of my resources from the Magisterium. They'll have no support from
Aurelian.
the trading company.
Come with me.
I have one question.
Yes, Solomon.
What you just promised, will you keep your word?
On my life, I will.
It is good to keep promises. If you break
For
them,
far too long, they have been blinding those lesser than themselves, or those that they deem so. It's time that they lost a few pennies.
Then if I may make a suggestion, follow the giant.
Very well.
Harpin is going to approach Corellian. And he looks at him before looking out the window. They will be far from pleased, but if this decision is what you desire, I shall ensure that your retirement is one that they won't be able to find, and you will be kept safe.
For far too long have I just thrown money at problems and hoping to solve them. Your assistance with any of this would be most appreciated. But
I
have
don't
one
want to throw
question
money
for
at
you,
things. Throw axes.
Capon Cortez.
Explain later what idioms mean.
With everything that's happened, I saw you change into 6 different faces in this room. Can I still trust you?
What do you think?
Insight check. I just need a 5 check on this motherfucker.
Go ahead.
You may try.
This motherfucker has nothing but questionable vibes.
Luckily, I'm proficient in that.
It won't save you.
Nat 20 for 26.
Smash.
If only.
Oh my god.
I knew it. I knew it.
I'm going to pull Gody aside just as these two are engaging in discussions like, Gody, tight leash. And point to Harpon.
I think that you have not led me astray any of the times that we have engaged in business or conversation that I know of. But I swear, Harpon Cortez, if you fuck me,
Then you wouldn't know until it's too late. Make sure to make all the arrangements for once you are done removing your property and knowledge from the Magisterium. We will need to move quickly. Any place you have considered and called your home until now will be no more. This is the only way to guarantee your safety. If you want to put your skills to a better use, then we shall do so.
As you say, any place that you've called your home, he kind of looks past you out the window. Greenport's been his home for 60 plus years. He knows every business person. He knows the urchins on the street. He knows the best bakeries. He knows and has helped countless people in the city financially, just made a mark on this city and has done more good here than virtually any other person, with the trading company being here, and he's weighing in his mind as you look at him what that will do. Well, it will hurt the Magisterium, but will it hurt Greenport more? My well-being is of no consequence. Can you guarantee me the well-being of those that have been affected by the trading company in Greenport? Can you guarantee me that?
You know better than I that there are no guarantees in the things we do, only effort. And as much as I understand your concern for those who dwell here, you being gone means there is no more of your knowledge and your wisdom and your ability to help further in those who come after. I can not guarantee you the safety of all in this port, but I can certainly guarantee you that even once you are gone from here, you will still have access to them. Dorset's network will assure of it.
As you say, Dorset's network will ensure of it. He kind of relaxes a little bit and begins to follow Gody as he gives you a nod.
He just follows him, moving toward Gody, and then his eyes land on Gody too. Just as a, there you go.
Okay.
Well,
So we're headed to the Honeywell.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think
we
we'll,
are.
for purposes, let Xenia know to meet us there.
As you are
Should anyone-
turning to look and tell Xenia, the window is open, and off in the distance in the sky, a Kaipen that he is riding is headed off towards the Magisterium Library. You look on the desk.
Now, Xenia, make sure that, oh, son of a bitch!
Hi, Zenya! Please fly safe!
Why can no one just stand still?
The books that were borrowed are no longer there, but there is a small little notebook there that has a little paper on top of it that says Gody, or for Gody. Yep. You pick it up, and it is information that she found on in the books. The section that should be on Vorak Bal in the Layers of the Abyss and Lords of the Abyss tome is missing, gone. However, based on the 2 fights that you guys have been in with these individuals, they have been able to glean more information, both on the reproduction capabilities of these monsters, but also on their resistances and tactics, and that there are variances in species. So I will go ahead and send you that information.
Jody,
Jody
please tell
will-
me that note was, I'll be right back.
No.
Fuck.
Of course not. Of course not.
Gody will start reading it on the way, and as he is walking, he will just say, Grendel,
Yes?
I believe you are going to need more flower crowns.
What? Okay, I can do that. And she immediately just starts like weaving this. So how many are we thinking? Are we thinking like with how many flower crowns? Do we need like 15 or do we need like 100? Because
Okay, maybe not that many. Calm down. Calm thyself.
You put yourself into that situation by giving her a thing.
Granted, I can't count up that high, but like you can stop me whenever I like make too many flower crowns.
I feel like it's that thing where like Grendel is not good with numbers unless it's counting specific things that she likes. Like, that she could do exactly 100 flower crowns.
Well, the thing is that like so how Grendel would do it is that she just sits there and she would count up to 4 and then start over.
Somehow know to do that 25 times. So,
Not to mention, we also have a missing bloody pirate.
Oh, where's William? Where did you go? William!
Keep calling attention to
Randall.
ourselves. That always is great.
Harpin is walking out as well as he says, you must not worry about your friend. He's at the
always
harbor.
worry about him. He always gets drunk and he wanders off places.
I'm sorry. How do you just know that?
Must you actually know?
What?
I mean, it is good deductive reasoning. If you were to find where a pirate would end up, it most likely would be a harbor.
Then I must have very good reasoning. And he keeps walking.
I do not understand this
Fucking
whole
guy.
guy. I do not like him.
William,
You know what I hate most about it is how much fun Victor is having with it.
he has too much power. Ah.
Look what you have wrought,
what-
Persephone.
But look how much fun you're having.
Very
Fucking owl.
The most likable person I've ever met online is turning into the biggest asshole.
Hey, he's got to flex his acting chops somehow. Like, if he can be extremely likable, he has to play the other end of the spectrum, which is
Yeah.
extremely unlikable. So
Versatility.
Beautiful face.
he went from Christian Bale to fucking Robert Pattinson in a matter of like a campaign.
Yeah.
There's very specific instances where a player in a D&D game can transcend that role of player, almost touching DM while still being a player. And it's just awesome every time.
All right, let's find that fucking
It's
scallywag.
like Harpon can break the fourth wall, and he just knows everything that's going on.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You follow this individual. You're wanting to stay out of sight and out of their basically don't want them to know that you are following. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check then.
Sneaky, sneaky.
That's a 11. It's not great. Not terrible.
Sir DM,
Mhm.
can certain owl help?
Yeah. Yes.
Motherfucker!
One of the
I
things that
fucking-
owls have is that owls have a flyby, which means that they don't provoke opportunity attacks or anything. So if at any point this Sadiq character were to potentially be ready to find out or turn toward William, the owl would basically do a flyby to distract him.
Okay.
Ooh.
Go ahead and re-roll that stealth then.
All right.
An owl? Who?
Mhm.
I'll go to jail now.
I'm gonna stick with the 11. It got worse.
Oh no!
It got worse. The fact that he can't get any drunker anymore is starting to affect his ability to be quiet.
I'm gonna be very quiet. I'm a pirate. Don't tell
I'm
anybody.
sinking on you.
Make his own thing, just like-
And to be
like-
fair, I mean William's aesthetic, like let's be
Yeah, I
fair.
know.
William's aesthetic is very fucking vibrant. It's kind of hard to not be fucking noticeable.
he is a flamboyant sailor boy.
But he's trying his best to not be fucking spotted.
Keyword: try.
So your owl distracts momentarily, but Salik seems to just keep walking. However, his jaunt and whistle changes slightly as he raises a finger and goes, and two of his sailors jump out and jump you, William, and just gut shot.
Oh! Ow! Are they stabbing me or are they just punching me?
Just punching.
Are you happy you went off on your own yet?
Oh yeah, yeah. You just spoke my favorite language, and he's going to return fire.
This is how we find William, I guess.
I think Harpon would probably be, as everybody's leaving the tower, he would have a moment where he just says to the group, I believe that we may need to make a little more haste this time to find your friend.
He'll be fine.
Why? What do you mean?
And
Oh,
probably,
yeah.
and literally, what do you mean? Probably there's like a sound of like a gun, just a pistol fire.
Oh, that
And
sounds
then
like
he's like,
William.
that.
William! And Grendel's just gonna start prancing in that direction.
Well, William hasn't fired anything. He just took it.
Oh,
he's
I thought
swinging.
he did.
No,
Someone fired
he's
something.
swinging back.
Yeah,
got punched.
he hasn't
Okay,
fired
you
anything
said
yet.
Fired? So I thought you
He's
were...
firing back. I got punched in the stomach. Reasonable escalation of force. Okay.
Right.
He's a
choice of words. You said fire back.
He's a little on the edge
Fire.
right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he would jump the gun and, pull out his gun.
He punches me in the stomach, and I unleash.
Shoot him in the face.
Pull out my
Pull out my
gun.
gun.
Strap dynamite to his face. Alfie?
So, anyways, I started blasting.
Part of William the Pirate shall now be played by Danny DeVito.
Oh my god, I would pay money to see that.
Please.
Oh my god.
So,
Shit
what,
in cans,
right.
Charlie.
what are you doing?
just a tavern brawler strike to the face. Just pop, pop. 1-2 piece. 2-piece biscuit special for these two individuals that just punched me in the gut.
2-piece biscuits?
It's going to be a 19 and a 11 for the two individuals.
The 19 hits, the 11 does not.
Would a 19 from the owl hit?
Yes.
Then the owl's gonna hit the one that William
That he
misses.
Okay. Perfect.
Sit.
Who did that?
The first guy gets, or the guy that he did hit gets 4 points of bludgeoning damage as he just does a right hook and tries to follow up with another one, just overshoots it, I guess. Gonna do an offhand brawler strike as a bonus action, or can I do that? Yeah, I should be able to. It's unarmed, right? Right. Unarmed strike. Bonus action. Oh, brawler grapple. So I can't do a strike, but I can do the brawler grapple as a bonus action, which I landed the shot. So when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or an improvised weapon, on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt a grapple the target. So yeah, the guy that he did hit, he's going to grapple him.
Okay, so athletics for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or athletics or dexterity. Or acrobatics, whatever. That's a 16 for old Willie.
16 total?
Yeah.
Just meets it.
Yeah, buddy! You're mine now, motherfucker!
Salik at this point turns all the way around and goes, boys, and takes the coat off. That's no way to treat family. And as he, pushes the coat off each side, you see this guy has been doing some work because he is jacked.
Oh, shit!
Smash.
Oh, fuck! Salik's been putting in some iron. Okay.
Lifting them
Alright.
cannonballs.
So what's so important, William? The grave
I just want...
that you follow me.
Oh, you strike me so strong! I just wanted to see this fabled vessel of yours that you seem to be so proud of. I don't know.
You'll be seeing the lower quarters of it if you keep going the way you are. You stay out of my business, William.
I suppose there's no...
We can keep going. I haven't kicked your ass in quite some time.
Oh, that... You seem to be misremembering.
That one time doesn't count, you know.
Okay. Whatever you say, Bird Brain. It's been good catching up with you, but unfortunately for you, there's a lot of witnesses that I'd rather not have around when I do kick your ass finally. Again. So, for the time being, good day. I got some business to attend to.
Likewise.
Enjoy your little rust bucket of a ship.
Boys.
God, I love this guy. I love him.
The other guy, kind of shoves you off of him from the grapple and brushes himself off and, oh, like the punch you gave him was like solid, and the other one's like holding his eye from the scratch from the owl, and just kind of like
This fucking bird.
They
I
go
love it.
further down. The only vessel left is just this beaten up, dingy thing that probably won't make it through one more voyage. You safely assume that is
Probably it. Yeah.
that is
All
probably
right.
it.
And this motherfucker's eyeballing the sovereign's pride. All right.
The owl is going to follow Salik.
Ooh. Sufficiently pleased with the information that he's able to gather at this point. He turns back towards the harbor and makes his way back to the Airbnb. He's got the information he needs for the moment, and he's content for now.
Okay, easily enough, because of Grendel screaming at the top of their lungs.
William!
Thank you.
Where are you?
You find the party just fine.
Oh, hello, William. Are you okay? You look a little. What is it? Dishelved. Dishelved. Yeah.
I'm fine, Grendel.
Oh, okay. And she's just gonna give you a head pat. She goes, "Here, Goldie told me to make you a lot of these, so here you go." And she like literally just puts like a whole shit ton of flower crowns on top of you. These were what they were for, right, Goldie?
No, but it looks like he could use some as well.
Okay, well, I can make more. It's not a problem. Here, I'll get back to it. 1, 2,
Oh, look at that, William.
3,
I earned someone giving you your flowers.
1, 2.
So what the fuck did you all learn while you're in there stroking each other's egos?
Not enough about
No
your.
one was stroking anything. We were talking.
Never mind. Never mind.
While y'all were having your little discussion, I went down to the harbor and made sure that whatever it is that is plaguing this land doesn't make it out of port.
You want to maybe perhaps next time tell us that before you decide to just disappear?
No, because what he ended up doing is just to distract us from the fact that he has a cursed coin in his pocket.
What? Have you been saying curse words, William? Those are bad.
I've been fucking cursing this whole journey, Grendel. He's not talking about this token.
But you're carrying extras in your pocket? That's even worse!
The middle of the street, if I may beg your pardon, is probably not the place to discuss this.
Yes, then let us go inside and yell at each other there.
Okay. And Grendel's just gonna skip inside.
I'm gonna need more rum for this.
I think you've had enough.
With enough time and banter back and forth, you make it to the Honeywell bed and breakfast, where the owner, Margaret, is just finishing up the initial preparations for dinner. As you walk in, dinner will be ready in about 45 minutes or so. You all look like you need some tea. And she starts getting some water ready.
Thank you, Miss Margaret.
She seems like a very lovely hostess.
She is super nice. She makes really nice food. And she carries Papa's ale.
Cody will lead Corellian to the room that Kite is in. And he will wait for him to arrive outside of the room before he's going to take that pause, open the door, and let Corellian walk in first.
You make it to the door and he goes, "This is one of Greenport's finest establishments, yes, but I don't understand." And you push the door open. And sitting there in a rocking chair by one of the windows that is facing east towards the ocean is Kite. She is cleaned up in different clothes, looks more human than you've ever seen her look, and is just sitting there with her eyes closed, feeling the sea breeze and just taking it in. Am I having a palm reading or... Right. No, well, just walk in then.
Jody will follow in.
Hello, madam. This gentleman, Godi, I believe you know him, apparently wants me to see you. How are you doing? My name's Corellian Enoch, owner and operator of the Enoch Trading Company. And he kind of puts out a hand, and she... Enoch. I am Enoch. And she looks over at him, and you see the light bulb just come on in his head, and he's just almost frozen in place. Mother? Mother, it's me, Corellian.
That's my favorite flower.
And they just sit together.
During this, Godi would explain that the island was dangerous and particularly on the mind, to try to offer some type of understanding as he tries to communicate. As I'm not sure how well it would go, but he would definitely point out enough of the notes that he recovered where some parts were written by a person named Kira and some parts were written by a person named Kite.
He kind of nods in understanding. Comes over close as if to give you a business-ending handshake, and just hugs your waist with his head in your chest.
Godi is buffering.
That's what I figured. It's just...
EXT is
You just feel his shoulders kind of heave up and down, and you hear a soft, "Thank you. Whatever part of it is there, I will take care of her from now on. I don't care. She's there. She's here. I cannot thank you enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you."
It's the awkward Baymax style there, Pat. But he does kind of give an eye and just go, "I will leave you two alone."
Before you go, Godi, I hope this doesn't make you think lesser of me, but I gave my father a gift when they left on that voyage as a good luck token. I had it enchanted. Did you, by chance, find a small rum vial with etchings of Erendor on it? It was my father's. He loved playing the part. And I had it enchanted to never run out for him.
Did we find this?
Did William find it?
The little shin kicker found it and took off with it.
Cuerdo found it,
Ah.
actually.
I'm going to hunt that little child to the ends of the earth.
I don't think you know that they have it.
Above the table, I am hunting that child to the ends of the earth.
If not, it's completely fine. It was just a token, and I have my mother, which I can't thank you enough for, and don't think me ungrateful, because I have pieces of my father in the journal, but that would have been something for my mother to hold of his.
I apologize. I do not have such a token.
I appreciate it. When this is all over, I don't know what's going to happen, but please return. I would love to hear about your trip. But for now, there are more important matters. Thank you once again.
You are welcome.
You'll always have a friend at the Enoch. Old habit. You'll always have a friend should you need it. If you get the chance, might I talk to William? Just send him up whenever you're done screaming at him or whatever.
I don't normally do that, but we'll see how the conversation goes. And he will exit the room, gently closing the door and allowing Corellian and Kite to do whatever they are going to do.
You probably
And
found
then-
you probably found that Harpin was just leaning against the wall outside the door.
He just kind of like closes the door, like turns, sees you, kind of makes eye contact, and then just starts walking. Where's William?
William would currently be holed up in his room. He's just slumped back into his chair. Currently has the coin that everybody wants to know so much about pinned between his finger and the table, just spinning it mindlessly. Once you enter the room, you'll see he's got like a 1,000-yard stare in his eyes. He's mentally he's somewhere else, but physically he's right before you.
I think like halfway up the hallway, as like probably Solomon has the idea to start talking to William, but then thinks better of it because he's just so fucking exhausted right now. He sees Guppy and he's just like, "You seem better at this than I would be. I need to write some things down." And he just walks over and finds a private study.
Grendel's still making flower crowns in the lobby, like Godie told her to. And she currently has like a small pile a little bit higher than the couch right next to her by her feet.
For the record, Godie
Flowers?
was
Cool.
bringing the attention to flower crowns for the obvious, possibly emotional reunion between mother and son.
Oh, well, Grendel has no idea. You didn't tell her that, so she's just making the
Well-
flower crowns. Like, if you had
Well-
told her that, she would have automatically followed with the flower crowns, would have showered them both with the flower crowns. But now she is currently
Well,
patiently
now I
and
feel like
waiting.
that moment's gone. So we just have a massive flower crown. So we're just going to have to start selling them. Where do the flowers come from?
Grendel doesn't sell the flower crowns. They are given out of love.
Is this where we find out
You
that
know what else is given out
Grendel's
of
part
love?
druid?
Money.
Back to holding.
Okay, so Godie would enter the room, close the door behind him, and seeing William lost in contemplation, he's not being quiet or anything when he closes the door, leans up against it, and just crosses his arms and just stares at William.
Smash.
Not yet.
Possible smash. Now, Keith.
What is it you want to know, Goldie?
Everything.
About this? This little fucking thing.
And you.
He'll shift. Sitting up straight, turning his chair to face Goaty. What is it about me that you want to know?
As I said, everything.
Where should I start?
The beginning.
The fact that I used to be a commander in the Sovereign's Navy. Should I start there? Or perhaps when the Sovereign decided that my methods of correction or dealing with insubordination was too extreme for their taste, that they decided to strip me of everything and exiled me from my home. Or the fact that I had to leave behind a wife and a son whom I thought I would never ever see again, who just so happens to be in this godforsaken town, commanding his own ship. Or the fact that another pirate that I used to sail with, who hated my fucking guts just as much as I hated his, is now eyeing my son's ship. Or the fact that I now seem to be undead. I can't feel anything, I can't eat anything, and I can't drink anything. Or the fact that I seem to be the most ill-equipped in this whole endeavor, buried over my head in magics that I have no comprehension of, while two of the smartest people I've ever had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting flex their brains in front of each other as if some fucking brain arm wrestling match is being taken place in front of us all. I don't know. What do you want from me, Goaty?
I'd say that you're off to a good start.
Well, I guess we can talk about this fucking coin then. Stole it out of the various chests that we found on that dragon turtle's shell, whatever, the ship. Silas T. Calibrand's ship. Didn't think much of it, thought it was just a fancy piece of trinkets. I don't know. Didn't think it would be worth all that much, honestly, but it caught my eye. And now I find that I can't taste anything. I can't get drunk. I can't bleed. And in my sleep, I engage in conversations with Lord Calibrand. And he made a deal with me. And I saw an opportunity. An opportunity to be able to protect my son even beyond the grave. So I took it. To what extent, I don't know. Will I find Elysium? Probably not. I'm probably damned to the hells after Caliban's done with my soul. But if that means my son gets to live another day and find his way to Elysium, then so be it. I'll serve that penance. I am no honorable man. I lost my honor when the sovereign saw fit to strip me of it. Now you ask me to put my life, or rather unlife, on the line for you. Take away my attention from my son. I'm just trying to find a reason why I should follow you. Instead of seeking out my own pursuit, ensuring that my son lives. This all looks like a lost cause.
Slow footsteps across the wooden floor, followed by the scraping of a chair, and then a heavy frame sitting across from you. I do not ask you to follow anyone. And a man willing to give up everything that he is for the protection of his own, you are infinitely more honorable than I. Don't let anyone who happens to have a crown on their head tell you differently.
In that moment, William's eyes will water for the first time in probably years. Everything that I am, I defined by my career in service to the sovereign. I am but a shell of the man I used to be. But if journeying with you protects my son back home and my wife, and by Celestian, I will charge through the 9 hells, the infinite hells. I don't give a shit. I will do it by your side. But if it looks like it's a lost cause, that I am just wasting my time with you lot, then I am coming back here. And I will serve by my son's side and ensure his safety myself. Is that understood?
No cause is lost when there are still men fighting for it. My question to you You are at the precipice of two worlds in danger. The world that we all love and live in, and the world that only a father can know. If I ask anything of you, when next you rest, when next you converse with this Calibran, and he's going to reach at his side and pull out the Sea King's Fang and set it on the table. You ask him about this. You get as much explanation for me about this item as you can.
I'll see what I can do. Pick up the wand.
As you do, William, you pick up the wand and the hilt expands from just you're holding like a stick, but suddenly it expands into a very comfortable hilt of a sword. Something like you've always held it almost. It is that comfortable in your hand. And the end of the wand extends almost immediately just into a falchion.
I just keep saying this shit every fucking day. It's a pretty weapon you have here, mate. Didn't know it could transform.
The blade is mithril, engraved with waves and ocean and just the symbols and glyphs of Arendor, the god of the sea.
She's a fine beaut.
It appears that this item takes on aspects of its wielder to better serve them in whatever way it can do. This is the magic of the Ember Paragon.
In the hilt, you see in the pommel is a small cage, and in it is a small amber gem that is slightly glowing.
This is only a fraction of its power, as we only have a fraction of the Paragon. But it is why I need any information Lord Calibran has about the nature of this artifact and the jewel in its pommel.
Huh. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not the first time we've come across items like this before. Or talks of it, at least.
We do have a second piece, don't we?
This is the only piece that you have recovered so far, is from Calibran's ship.
What am I thinking of?
There was a vision that an individual was handing off a small amber gem from the one individual that was well dressed to the Lord Vorakbal. An exchange of that piece. That might be the thing that you are trying to remember. But with the keen mind feed, Cody's got no problem.
Well, I was thinking that there was something. No, I think that's something different now that I'm thinking about it.
The little box that you had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. William.
Yes.
Your needs for your son are immediate. And if it is protecting him that you wish, and he points to the gem in the hilt and he goes, this should also be on your mind.
And this will be a priority. I'll see if I can reach Lord Calbra.
Before that, I suggest that we all have a quick chat. Let's go meet up with the others.
Very well. He's not one to leave a weapon lying around, given his military history. He'll take out his old cutlass.
He'll take that back. Go to one.
Oh, okay. If you were gonna leave it with him, then yeah. I was gonna
At least for now.
As he takes it back, it momentarily just maintains the shape of the falchion before momentarily the blade thins and reduces down to the 10-inch wand length, and the hilt shrinks down into a very pristine. All the etchings are still there, just compressed into a smaller space as it returns to Godey's side. And as you find your way out to have more conversation with the rest of the group, that's where we're going to go to break.
All right.
Do you have something, Godey?
Yay!
Oh, I was just going to say, as we leave, he's going to close the door again, and he's going to look up, expecting to see Harpun.
We'll find out after this break.
Dun, dun, dun.
Welcome back, everyone, from that little break. I hope you enjoyed it. Before we get back into where we were, let's kind of go over what we have for the rest of the year, game-wise, on To Be Diced. We have possibly something on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Tune in this Tuesday at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for a journey across the galaxy in a time far, far away. As our party, the Core Atlas, engages with a bunch of robots that seemingly have been just doing their job, and, you know, the party decided, well, let's try and kill them without proper investigation.
Would that be long time ago in a galaxy far, far away?
No,
Absolutely.
in a galaxy far away. The second far is silent.
Oh,
But yes,
am
6
I
p-
here?
or 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we will be kicking off Star Wars, the role-playing game Edge of the Empire, GM'd by me. It's my first official campaign on this group channel, so I'm excited. Can't wait. Tune in. It's going to be excellent. We got a new guest star appearance coming in, so you don't want to miss it. Don't want to miss it.
And then after that, Matt, do we have a dimensional dial of Dr. Diego?
Wow, you're
Possibly.
not even in the campaign, and you say it better than Tarzan.
He's got to keep up appearances. That's all.
Mostly to piss off KJ.
I mean, we live to upset them.
I feel it's more
so
like a
satisfying.
party as a whole, because I get very frustrated when Tarzan fucks that shit up.
I've just accepted
when
it.
Tarzan does it, genuine hatred. When we all do it, just cheeky fun.
No, I expect it. I'm just like watching and trying to catalog all the different ways that he has said it. And eventually, when I have a lot of time, I'm going to just smash cut them all together somehow.
Yeah.
My favorite clip will still always be the audacity of him going, "You said it wrong."
Yes, beautiful.
That was brilliant.
Anyway, we are talking about our Wednesday campaign, the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, GM by me. That's me, Matt. And so we will be, it looks like we are going to be picking up next week as well, the 27th, Wednesday evening. Same bat time, same bat channel. Picking up where we left off with a couple people trapped in a mirror and somebody who has a date with a goth muscle mommy.
Muscle mommy. I'm so excited.
There you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you guys don't make those showings, feel free to tune into our YouTube channel. We got all of them recorded there. We could use the support on that end as well, so feel free to check it out. We got all of our past runs recorded and playlisted, so they're organized by show, so you can find them easily.
It's pretty
So if
dope.
you
You
have
can
no
catch up to
idea
shit.
what's going on here, go back and catch up.
Speaking
And,
of the person
Frontiers of
that
Eberron
we
will
like to
also
upset.
resume,
Oh, yes.
yeah, Frontiers of Eberron will resume in January. We'll be picking up where we left off of finding out what exactly the Wormwatch crew is going to face next. All signs point to the institution. So we'll see what happens in that
Fuck that bitch up.
upcoming.
Will we survive?
Out of
Signs
pure
point
spite,
to
yes.
No.
No. Darth Vader. No.
Why? I felt her.
You were saying, Matt?
Yes. The YouTube, because the person that we just said we all love to upset so much, KJ, does a beautiful job of making sure that everything is uploaded so that we can all catch up on all of the campaigns that have been transpiring over the year and a month that we have been a channel.
Yeah, buddy.
Easy.
Yeah.
That is
buddy.
All of it
insane.
starting as a fun little get together on Discord and then being stupid enough to put it on Tarzan's Twitch channel, and then being even more dumb to be like, let's make our own.
No,
You
let's
shout
put it
out-
all in
shout-
one place.
Shout out to Isaac, who's the person who
Heck yeah.
Yes.
was responsible
Absolutely.
Not as
Isaac,
involved.
also known as Anonymous
Yeah.
on is it an anonymous cosplay or
Yeah.
anonymous
Anonymous
cosplay?
stuff.
Anonymous.
Dot
I
dot.
think it's on a
Dot,
I
dot.
think
Yeah.
Two
but
dots.
yes,
Anonymous, double
he's
dot,
uh,
say, boop,
he's
boop.
the culprit that without him starting the chain reaction, this wouldn't be here. And
He
we
was
miss
the
him.
one who brought us all together out of a whim and messages on TikTok, and then the next thing we know, we were playing D&D 5 nights a week.
Depending on how you are looking at our wonderful stream that we have here, you could say that it is because of him or it's his fault. It's completely
I'm
up to
gonna
your
go.
interpretation.
No, we are not going to put any bad blame on Isaac because saying it's like his fault.
Well,
it
I
seems
don't
like
think that anybody would say that it's his fault. I
the
think that they all
tone
say
seems
that. But
intimidating.
Taylor, why would you say that? Don't say
yeah,
that.
no.
Ah, how dare you? First of all,
I cast gaslight.
Shame.
Wow.
I cast
Oh.
shut down.
Counterspell.
I feel terrible.
Michael's
And
going
on
to
that
the
note-
boss way run.
Broke
Anyway.
the match at the gaslight.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. Well, if
What is wrong with
there's nothing else, oh yeah,
Wait, you're
Tales of Vardin.
There we go.
There we go.
You
you're
cut
back.
out at first.
Cool. Tales of Vardin will not meet on the 28th, so it'll be just the following week in January as well. So this is the last Tales of Vardin for this year, but we will be back in 2 weeks for the next episode. So we'll see
sad.
where we get to today. Perfect.
Means y'all would have to catch up on the YouTubes if you want
You
to
guys have
see what has
time.
happened before,
Yeah.
before all this crazy shit happened.
Mhm.
Y'all should catch up on the YouTubes over the holidays.
Yeah.
Both on Tales of Vardin and Dimensional Dial, as well as French
And
Games.
Eberron and all the other ones that we have. There's
Binge it
And
all.
y'all take the time to also watch the evolution of the wonderful Michael St. Gregory's like edits and his intros and
These
his
these things got
intermissions and everything
better
like
and
that.
better every time. Every time.
As well
Listen,
as
I'm just-
Tarzan's holiday one-shots and every other beautiful to be diced
Hours of content available for you to watch for free.
which
free.
I
I'm just-
learned you can watch faster. I found a playback speed, and I can watch
Yeah.
things at 1.25 speed, still understand everything, but get through it in like
Half
record
There's
time.
ADHD mode?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Go like
Listen,
3 times
listen.
faster. I can't do it.
Oh
I'm
my
just
god,
saying
yes.
I'm just saying, this holiday season, y'all have seen A Christmas Story. Y'all have seen Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. You've seen them all every single year of your life. Put on something new for your family for over the holiday dinner. Put on To Be Diced Adventures.
Yeah.
Watch a bunch of friends traumatize each other through story.
Drama and
Just watch your way smashing through the snow.
Listen, it'll make every fight that you may
One
end up
horse
having
open
with your
dragon
family
slay.
at the dinner table inconsequential.
Yeah.
la 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 to be nice.
Trigger warning for language and wholesomeness.
Mm-hmm.
That will make you squeal.
belay
Yeah,
that.
that
No
goes out
warning.
the
Go
fucking
in
window.
completely blind.
And on that note, let's 2B dice.
With that,
Hey,
Uh,
y'all want to
well-
watch that intro again?
let's do
Yes.
it. Let's do it.
Yes.
Do it, coward.
Yeah, next
I
God, that
swear,
thing's so
Michael,
good.
I am in awe every
So
single
good.
time. Just it looks so cool.
If that doesn't make you want to watch the streams that we have, I don't
Or
know.
hire
what
me.
Play it again.
hire this man.
Totally hire him. Do
I
you
got
not see how
Christmas
beautiful
bills
it
to
is?
pay. But anyway,
as Godey and William are having a heart-to-heart and speaking of the coin and Caliban and the importance of finding these artifacts in order to save his son, but also everyone around them. Margaret is rushing about and prepping things. She has set down beverages for people should they need them. Grendel
Margaret,
is...
do you need help with anything?
Oh, no, dear. You just sit there and do your little craft there. You're doing absolutely marvelous. They're the best ones I've ever seen, and
Well,
I've seen
thank
quite a few.
I could totally put some garlands over the fireplace. I will go and do that.
Feel free to. We need to decorate. Absolutely.
As she goes about her business, Solomon, what are you doing at this time? You've found your private place to bring your thoughts together.
he thinks about it for a bit, and he starts going through a routine that he uses to kind of like catch up mentally while writing in a notebook, like a small little notebook. But he wants a more like pleasant setting, so he decides to go where Grendel is and just enjoy the company of someone just making flower crowns while he takes a moment to finally just sit and not think for once. He'll just kind of like
Ushman. Puts a flower crown on his head.
thank you, Grendel.
Are you okay? You look like you have the sads.
You are most observant.
Oh, I
Very,
don't
very.
know what that means, but I can see your sads.
And in spite of absolutely knowing this information offhand because he had to for his case that he was assigned with these individuals when he was introduced to them, he's just going to like put that aside and ask, Grendel, tell me about yourself. Where are you from?
Okay, so what is the name of the town that Grendel is from again?
You were raised in Riverport, just to the north of Greenport. It is a river outlet that's known for fishing, and in the most recent years for the brewery that popped up there with your family.
All right, so Grendel, she's just kind of like, she's sitting here just making flower crowns. She goes, well, I don't really remember much of my childhood, but I do remember Mama and Papa. They raised me in a little village by the river, and it was a riverport. It was, and Papa would always he always told me I had to be very careful because I ate all my vegetables and I grew big and strong, and I always grew up very different from all the other kids, and granted they always kind of, some of them were scared of me, but that is why I make flower crowns, because I don't like it when people are scared of me. And Mama, she'd always make me pretty dresses, even though she'd have to use the curtains, multiple sets of curtains. And and then I met my Helene. We would always spend time together, and she would have a flower shop, and I met her by buying flowers from there. And she herself is like a pretty little shadow, and it reminds me of black lilies. And they're very pretty, but they're also very poisonous if you are not careful. But
Oh, I'm aware of those kinds of flowers. I've been known to avoid any field of dangerous plant life. But there are beautiful flowers from where I'm originally from. You would love the fields that I've seen.
where are you originally from?
Huh. Surprised I seem to have let my guard down. That usually doesn't come out in conversation.
Well, tell me about the flowers that you grow in your home. Because there's one thing I know is that flowers are like the heart of the land, and I know all about different kinds of flowers, and maybe I can know more about your place if I knew what kind of flowers grew there.
I'm originally from the Fey realm.
Is like the place with all the cakes on the bushes.
If you believe some of the stories, yes, but
No, I ate like 4 plus 3, and then I puked them all up.
well, originally I was. You see, there are two sides to the Fey realm. There's the one that everyone knows of the beauty and splendor and amazing magic that can create such wondrous sights and sounds and aromas and experiences. That is the Seelie Court. That's what that is referred to as. But then, on the opposite side, where you will find more of my kind.
Wuxi men?
Goblins.
There's nothing wrong with goblins.
And I appreciate you saying that. Because for the longest time, I thought this whole world had a major problem with them. And that we were only seen for one particular use.
What would
Now,
that
I
be?
have not been back to my home in quite some time, but from what I understand, those of us that were seen as potentially good soldiers or good listeners, well, I was part of what's called the Unseelie Court. And that is...
Unseelie.
Yes. Or as some like to say, even though they don't understand that it's a bit offensive, the Unsightly Court.
Unsightly. So there is unseelie. So unseelie as in like opening, and then unsightly as in ugh.
Hmm. You know, I couldn't have explained it better.
So are they one or the other, or are they both?
I wish I could say. It's been too long.
You could always ask.
I would love to ask, but I feel like as though the ones who would know the answers, well, I don't think they want to talk to me anymore, considering I just quit working for them.
Oh, have you tried apologizing? Because sometimes when you say that you're sorry, people can be like, okay, I forgive you, but sometimes they don't, and that's okay too. But if Papa also said maybe give them space. I'm not really good at this sort of thing. I've
Okay.
never quit anything before.
Nor have I.
You just said
But-
you quit your job.
Until recently. I should say.
Oh, well, that doesn't technically mean it is a bad thing. Sometimes Papa always said sometimes things come to an end. And whether it happens outside of your control or inside your control, the thing is that the only thing you can control is what you decide to do afterwards. Because you can't really think about the things that are behind you because they're behind you. And you can only think about what you want to do from here on out. And maybe you had to quit because you had to do something else. Now
think
you have
you're
more
right.
time to do more activities. What do you
think
want
you're
to do?
Oh, what I want to do.
What is it you want to do?
And Solomon like marvels at the very question that he feels like he's never been asked before personally, like maybe ever.
Grendel is currently like stacking flower crowns as like on top of
Yeah,
him
of
as
course.
this conversation is happening. He's probably currently in like a little
Oh
cake
yeah, he doesn't
flower
care.
crown.
He's letting you use like the whole thing. He's submitted to this at this point. What I want to do, well, no one's ever asked me. They've always told me what to do.
Well, now
And
no
when
one's
I was
telling you what
told
to do.
what to do, well, that's the thing. When I was told what to do, I did it, and I did it very well. But as I look back, I think I may have hurt a lot of people that didn't need to be hurt or shouldn't have been. And I think that if anyone should apologize, it should be me to those people that I hurt, and to the Magestarium apologizing to me for making me do it.
Well, the thing is that I've learned in life is that sometimes people are very mean to you. And as much as and sometimes they're mean to other people, and as much as we would want to apologize to them, or we would want an apology given to us, sometimes we don't get what's it called? We don't get to close the door on some things. And sometimes we just have to keep walking with that doorway still open, hearing the things that we wish that could have happened. But there is one thing that my Helene would always tell me, is that sometimes we have to take the bad memories and the bad times that we sometimes can't take back, and we have to bury them. And even though it hurts, you have to take the time to nurture it, feed it the healing that it needs, and eventually you will grow from it. And it's okay if you struggle from time to time, but sometimes you're like a bulb, and you have to go through the very thick frost to make sure that you can sprout and then come back every year after that. Or sometimes you're something that's very delicate, and it takes time, but I don't know. I more just know about flowers and plants. People sometimes are really confusing and mean, but I do know that one thing is we always have the choice to either nurture ourselves and keep going and allow ourselves to grow, or we let people stomp on us.
Grendel, I say this with full honesty and sincerity. Of all the people that I have encountered in my years, I don't think I've ever met anyone wiser than you just now. And I'm going to take all of that to heart. Because if there was ever one thing that I would want, it's to have had a life where I got to be raised the way you did.
Well, I've seen people who haven't been raised like I have, And the thing is that my dear Helene, she did not have very nice papa, from what I heard, but she still came out kind. Your past and how you were raised and what you were grown around does not define who you are. What you were forced into does not define who you are. People
I've heard
always...
so much about this Helene. Where is she?
Oh, she's in some layer of hell right now, apparently. I forgot the number. I'm trying to remember the number, but she's apparently in some level of hell. The Ghoul Man and Mr. Balls. I'm going to kill Mr. Balls and
Okay. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry. Touchy subject. I'm sorry.
All I know is she's down there, and apparently if you go in there, you go crazy, but I don't really care because I already feel like I'm going crazy without my Helene, and I want to make sure that I get her back. And I promised her I would.
Well, I'm going to make a promise to you now.
You don't have to, but well, okay.
No, because you've helped me in a time where I have really questioned everything that I've learned and thought to be and how to act. Made so complicated, but then you and your father's wisdom made it so clear that I feel that I owe you something, and I will say that what I owe you is that I promise I will help you fulfill your promise to find Helene.
You see Grundle, she's going to drop the flower crown that she's working on. And you just see her extend her giant green pinky out. She goes, okay, well, when it comes to promises, you have to seal it with a pinky. Huh. It is done. The contract has been made.
You know, that is legally binding in the Fey realm, just saying.
I know nothing about legal stuff.
Don't worry. A lot of trickery in some places, but I'll tell you this for free. If someone from the Fey realm, if you ever go there, and they ask you for your name, don't give it to them.
But it's very rude to not give people your name.
And that's what they want to take advantage of. Trust me, it's a whole thing.
But what
I
if
think
they have cakes on the bushes like they did last time?
I know, it can be very tempting. And I've seen strawberry cake fields, believe it or not. And he'll just like kind of take the moment to recollect everything that he believes to be true about the Sealy Court side of the Fey realm, when he's never had the actual pleasure of knowing it firsthand. But he'll do it just to make sure that Grendel's happy. And he'll even start assisting and learning how to make flower crowns with her while he's talking.
So it's going to be left over right, and then you make the bunny, and then you pull the bunny through the hole, and it go boing boing, and then you put it on to the next flower. And then you hook around, and then you make the bunny, and go boing boing, and then you go to... Yes! Just like that! Absolutely! It is beautiful. Soon you will be expert flower crown maker. Now, I'm going to show you how to crochet them together. So we're going to have to take a stick, and she just starts info dumping on flower crowns on you.
As you guys have this conversation and Solomon learns to put together flower crowns, rough at first, but within a few minutes kind of picks up on it. They're acceptable.
I swear, if like the skill of making flower crowns is what saves the party at some point,
The ultimate performance.
I'll figure something out. Don't worry about it.
Wait for your life, Grendel.
Yeah. Wait for your life.
There's only one skill set that can defeat me.
Weaving of flowers. How did you know?
Either that or
My
just some
fun
like
would-
basket weaving and just like, I will just think of them as flower crowns.
You hear the creak of a door up the stairs on the second floor as Godey and William exit to find Harpon. Most likely not.
Say it, you son of a bitch. Where are you?
Well, I would have a question. The certain thing that I mentioned to you,
Mhm.
Chris,
Yes.
that was executed, would I have had time to do that in return, or would I be doing that after?
While all these conversations have been going on, I would say so.
So probably Godey exited and he finds that Harpon isn't there. And actually, you would find that he is entering the Airbnb from having been somewhere.
All right. Before
Curious.
we meet up with the group, William will grab him by the shoulder. Grab Godey by the shoulder. Oi, not a word about my son to anyone else. Understand?
Not a word.
Thank you. And he will follow wherever Godey leads him to.
I guess we are meeting up with everybody in the living room.
Hello, Cody. Hello, William. Do you want the flower crown? Mike,
No, I don't.
Solomon,
Thank
Wooshman, he's learning how to make them.
Yes,
Not right
apparently
now,
I
Randall.
found a talent that I didn't know I had.
His technique
Brindle
is a
give-
little
or,
loose,
sorry.
but he'll tighten up after a bit.
Gordy gives a look like, huh, okay. Come if we're going to be endeavoring on this mission together. 1 second. Sorry. And once again, William disappears.
No, he did it again. Damn it.
There you
Oh,
go.
he's back.
Sorry,
Do that.
How dare you disappear on us twice?
So, Gordy will say, since we are all going to be working together on this endeavor to Embershard about this sickness and this plot that we have discovered, he's going to hold up the book and go, our friend Xenia has some important findings that we all need to be aware of. There are two types of these creatures that we will be coming up against. They are similar, but they have their differences. The creatures, like the one that we fought in the office, they have a chance to multiply if you use weapons that cut. If you take a piece off of them, there is a chance that the piece will become a monstrosity in and of itself.
Ah, fuck. You hear that, Ivara? Nadia?
Normal weaponry, it doesn't have no effect, but its effects are lessened against these creatures. If you have weapons that are enchanted, it will help bypass this resistance. It is also resistant to loud sounds and anything that affects the mind. And then he's going to look at William and say, abilities of undeath and necromancy have no effect. However, If anybody happens to have anything akin to holy light, this will be more than effective against these creatures. And then he's going to turn to Solomon and say, it is also noteworthy that burning these creatures will slow their ability to heal themselves by absorbing magic around them. If also you are versed in the knowledge of dispelling enchantments, you can temporarily disconnect these creatures from the weave and halt this ability for a short period of time.
So in essence, we need to usually sever its connection from magic and then strike at it with what we know can weaken it. However, we are not in the present company of any sort of divine sorcerer or magic user. And Grendel, I'm sorry to say, but your intimidation skills of yelling at something will sadly be ineffective.
Well, does that mean I can't use my axe and slash at them?
Don't worry, Grendel. I'm in the same boat as you. As he holds up Ivara.
It's okay. I can use my fists. I'll punch them.
See? Thinking in different ways. That's very good. However, what happens if we make contact with it? Should Grendel decide to physically punch it? Anything on that?
Allow Matt to read over this again. It doesn't say anything about touching the creatures, correct?
No, but based on the fight that you just had, maintaining close distance to them puts you in line for that particular version to assimilate.
I would not
grapples.
suggest getting too close to these because, especially for you and I, Solomon, as they feed off of the weave, you and I both harness it. However, getting close, as we saw with Delia over here, they are definitely very, very deadly in close combat. However, I shall also bring note that there are also versions of these creatures that are more humanoid in shape. They are more intelligent, less basic with their thoughts. And I cannot stress enough that when dealing with these, we must keep our distance, for they are violent upon their demise to a good range around the origin.
Goldie, if I can't get near them, how am I supposed to help you guys? And how am I supposed to bitch slap any other information out of them about Helene?
You may be able to. There might be a solution here.
Gloves?
DM.
Yes.
In my arcane studies and knowledge, who would I know in town that is an alchemist?
You would know the
Like who's my
apothecary.
guy when it comes to alchemy, or whomever it may be.
It was at one point Damien Quinseverus, who owns
Damien.
who owns Quincy's Magical Emporium.
My supply guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, William. I
Oh,
do
looks
believe
like
that we may have a mutual acquaintance in terms of someone who might be able to help us with finding a means of using Grendel's strength from a long distance to lob a chemical source that can accomplish what we can't as individuals in a quicker amount of time.
Chemicals? I cannot go with bad chemicals. I do not like
Oh,
it
no,
when
no,
it
no,
messes
no,
with
no.
my skin.
These will be, I can assure you, these are going to be very good chemicals for a good reason.
Is it deep moisturizing?
No, Grendel, he's talking about fire, not
Yeah.
alchemist fire, gunpowder.
For fire?
Something
don't-
that's basically going to do a bunch of things at once.
I don't like fire.
Listen, Grendel,
I
don't worry
understand.
about it.
I don't like fire. I'm not going to start fires. Fires are bad. Fires start a lot of things, and I'm not okay with that. We are not starting fires.
Grendel, I will never ask you to do anything that you are not comfortable doing. And I apologize for assuming as much. I want to let you know that whatever I ask you to do in this time, as we try to solve this problem, it is never to put you in harm. Put you
It's
or
not about
anyone
me
else that
being in
you
harm,
know.
It's about
in danger.
everybody else, because fire destroys everything.
Oh, these
And
creatures
there
destroy.
may be something else besides fire that could be worse. But I want to make sure that we can find a way without destroying everything around us and without hurting anybody and with the least amount of, as my old employers called, collateral damage, which was just a very poor excuse for saying we're not responsible for what happens.
Making ladders out of coal seems useless.
That aside, oddly
I would
enough,
like
that does
to-
seem like a more alchemical situation, but that's another matter.
I would like to point out the fact that whatever magic that controls these creatures that we're up against doesn't seem to be as impactful on me as it is on the rest of you lot.
Well, that's what I was saying. That was what I was thinking. Perhaps there is a means of which all of our
Alexa,
ability...
shut up.
My God, the ethereal spirits, they're after me. They found me. I think if we put some thought into this, and that includes you, Harpo, collectively, we can put the effort into find a means of which we can reduce any sort of wider scope of damage and concentrate it into just eliminating the threat directly at its source. It may take some time to go after one target at a time, but
What about
It may be
fish in
more
a
efficient.
barrel? In my fishing town, there was this, they would say something like shooting fish in a barrel. And whenever Papa and the other halflings went out hunting, they would always, they would dig these giant pits because halflings, they're very small and they're not very good at hunting boars because they can gorge them and there's blood everywhere. It's not very pretty. But they would make these giant pits and they would gather and then they would pretty much chase all of them into the pits. And then they would sit there and they would shoot their arrows and then we would get a whole winter stock and like 2 big hunts. Why don't we put them in like a pit or a barrel and then we shoot them or we punch them? Something.
It's Grendel, that's a strategy for later. Right now, we need to get situated with supplies, gear. We need to situate.
Yes,
We'll start with a shovel.
William, do what you need to do. Grendel, you're a genius. I will be right back. And he's going to go quickly over to his, just sit down and start furiously writing this idea that just
was spurned in his head by Grendel's inadvertent brilliance.
I would say that Harpen, as he's addressed by Solomon, he offers a nod as he mentions the Chapel of Erendor here in the port might be of use. I know some clerics there that might be able to possess some of the tools that could be useful to fight against these creatures based on what Godi has informed us with the information. Nevertheless, as we spoke of, finding the source is more important than the manifestation of the disease. And I'm afraid that Embershard may have much information which we need, and therefore we must make our way there as soon as we can.
Is there any way for us to cut Embershard off from the rest of the continent? Stop all trade, stop all caravans from passing through? Do we know any way
I
to
do
stop?
believe some trade up north has already been stopped, which was isolating some of the Goliath clans in the mountains.
Nevertheless, I can assure you, if people want to trade, be it legally or not, they will find a way. Trying to block Embershard from the rest of the continent is like trying to cover the sun with a finger. We can try our best, but in the end, the sooner we find the source, the better.
Oh. Half my motif is hacking and slashing my enemies to bits, so I'm gonna have to change up my strategy here. All I have are axes and cutlasses. It's all cutting.
Still, do not be
So-
confused. Do not be confused to think that the only threats that we are facing are these creatures. These creatures are the outcome, the result of something that is being done by others.
Right.
The secret societies that move underneath everything else. And earlier today, I am afraid one of my informants may have fallen victim to those in Embershard. They tried to send me a message. They weren't able to finish. But there is a certainty that someone there might be involved with this society. However, it appears that their identity continues to change, therefore making it near impossible to find out who they are. And so I must go and find out myself.
How will we be able to identify you?
I'm hoping that they will not identify me. I need to identify them.
No, how will we be able to identify you should you come across us again? You change faces just as often as I change my underwear.
You want to do a different metaphor?
Oh wait, I don't wear underwear. Never mind, mate.
Commander in the King's Navy, commando in the sheets.
Right to jail. Right to prison.
Well, I suppose it depends. If you wish to come to Embershard, I suppose I could use the help. Unless you have other matters to tend to elsewhere.
Well, Godi, you seem to be the one that has a better grasp on the whole situation. What's our next course of action?
We have been told that this sickness coupled with the elixir are the ingredients to a spell drawing forth these creatures from the abyss. We have also been told that a more literal gate is in Embershard. The gate in Embershard must be closed. However, I cannot ignore the fact that potentially beyond that gate is at least one thing of great importance. We've seen a vision of somebody granting a piece of the Amber Paragon to this Vorak ball. Right? That's who it was? Yes. And these creatures are aspects of Vorak ball. So if his aspects are coming from the abyss, then the next piece of the Amber Paragon is somewhere in the infinite madness.
I don't necessarily believe in cosmic coincidences, but it seems a lot of our goals and fates, if it were, are tying up and leading us towards one destination.
Embershard.
Before I was demoted, they told me I was to be assigned to a task in Embershard. I knew right from there was no work for me to be done. And if anything, they were sending me to disappear. Grendel, your family said that they are heading to Embershard on their ship.
Yes, if Embershard is in danger, that means Mama and Papa are in danger, and if
And
they're
we will
going to
keep them safe. We will absolutely keep them safe. But we must be careful how we tell them certain truths about what we're doing so as not to make them nervous.
Well, then what is it we tell them? The
We'll
last
have
thing I
to
want to
figure
do
that
is
out.
worry Mama and
That
Papa.
may
Is
we may leave
Corellian here?
At this point, up at the top of the stairs, he's pulling the door shut very silently, so it won't make too much noise, and turns around and begins to descend the stairs.
At this point of the conversation, with him coming in, Cody's going to look up, put two and two together. Master Enoch, you have influence, yes?
Yes, of course. What do you need?
Close the roads to Embershard.
All right. Need a good reason. I'm sure I can come up with something.
Whatever it is. That way, no halfling brewers would have the ability to take the road to Embershard without need for deception or any type of worrying.
Trade, I can definitely shut down going out of Greenport. I have absolute say of that.
Make sure it just keeps
There you go.
Mama and Papa safe.
Now no one has to lie.
I put word down at the docks to cease any trade from leaving, specifically for the elixirs. Whether or not it's successful, I don't know. Hopefully it is.
We have it closed from the land and from the sea.
Well, once we get to Embershard, though, there's the matter of the gate.
Don't worry about that.
I believe we should focus on one step at a time. Prepare ourselves, get what we need, and make for travel. Time is of the essence at this point. I don't want this thing spreading any further than it already has.
I would agree.
The goo has already reached a lot farther than it should have.
Exactly, Grendel.
And we will stop it.
We will kill Mr. Balls.
We'll make sure we will enter Embershard. I can guarantee that. And as for cover, well, I suppose, and then he turns to Grendel. How many of those you think you can make by the time that we reach Embershard?
I've already done 4 times, times 4, times 4, times 4, and times 4, times 4, times 1, 2, 3, times... Here, and she's just gonna take the bag, and she's going to just dump out this pile that is, she keeps dumping it out, and it just keeps getting taller, and eventually you just see just this mountain of flower crowns. She goes, is this enough? I can make more. I can make a lot more.
I went to college for math, and you very quickly lost me. I was like following for a little bit and went, "Oh shit,
Nope.
okay,
Well,
too much."
I can only count up 4, so she's just trying to count in 4s and in 4s while only being able to count.
Yeah, I was
four.
there for a little bit. I think that we made it up to like 144 before I went, wait a minute.
Solomon will look at Godi as you're counting, and it'll just be like, "You could take 2 away. Those 2 were mine."
His technique is, like I said, it's a little loose, but once he practices more, it'll be great. But honestly, if we got 2 people working on flower crowns, then we can possibly do not double, but we can do more.
DM, I have a sinking feeling in my gut. When I went to the Emporium, was what's his name coughing, or was one of the goblins coughing?
No, none of them were.
They were fine. Okay, I thought
coughing or anything like that.
Okay, I thought somebody was.
If they were, it was probably inhalation of black powder. They were just sneezing out.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah,
I'm coughing.
But all right, cool. Yeah, William would suggest that we meet up with Solomon's friend and his supplier of gunpowder and technical means to get more weaponry and alchemical components.
I do have a special request that I feel that this associate of mine may be able to make that will reduce our need to burn things. The only hanging thread that I unfortunately cannot shake is you, Mr. Cortez. You've made very clear your abilities, your influence, and your alignment with certain causes. I have no authority to ask you for a validation of trust, nor do I expect it to be returned in kind. And I will make no threat, nor will I make any promise. I will simply trust that you will act within the face value of the words you tell us, and by the means you wish to do them. Is that a fair assessment?
Indeed. Let my actions speak and give you whatever trust they may give you based on the results that they return. Other than that, I have not much more to offer.
I would also like to apologize for my behavior on previous encounters with you.
No need. I am well aware of what I do, my methods, how I'm perceived, and it is what it must be done. I do not care for ill chatter, as long as the results are accomplished and the realm prevails. and people live, then it's enough reason to tolerate whatever inconvenience we may encounter down the road.
You also seem the type that is also never looking for nor expects any sort of thanks. But allow me to be the exception to the rule, even if it is for my own personal means. I will thank you for allowing me to have a moment of clarity in regards to my own allegiance to causes, to beliefs, to structures, to things that I thought I knew true. Whether it was intentional or not, whether it was by some sort of cosmic design, or whether the timing was impeccable, I'll thank you anyway. As it's all I can do.
He is just looking at you, listening, no response, no reaction. And once you're done with the speech, he just holds his gaze for a little moment longer before he just turns to the group. So have we made a decision?
We shall resupply. We shall rest. We shall make for Embershard in the morning. It's like evening now, right?
Yeah, I'd say when you guys were making your way here, it was like 4 or 5. So now the sun is like pretty close to setting at this point. I had all of my employees closed down, all merchants leaving the city. So I can't stop travelers. I can't quarantine that, but trade I can completely stop. There aren't any people leaving currently headed that direction. It's either towards Vale, they've got a new art exhibit at the museum there, or it's back to Greenport.
Any attempt to stem the bleeding will help. So it's better.
And we'll make sure your parents are safe, Grendel, we promise.
Okay, I know that they were trying to get out as soon as they could. I just wanted to make sure that they didn't leave before you shut down the trade.
I can have some of my people look for them.
They
Grendel,
own Fialova Ale.
I could perhaps make that a little easier. We've already met them. They know what I'm like. May I, Grendel, with your permission, send them a message?
Yeah, just make sure you send it to Mama, because Papa apparently has had issues with hearing voices in his head before, and I feel he might freak out. He whispers
What?
to the beer.
Duly noted. And he will concentrate on Grendel's mother and cast message. And basically just inform him, hello, this is Solomon, friend of Grendel. We had the pleasure of meeting earlier today.
Hi, Mama!
Your daughter says hi. And I am letting you know she is safe and sound. We just need to know if you and your husband are still in the area. And yes, you may reply. I will hear it.
you hear back a few moments later.
Papa, slow down on that ale. Stop it. Yes, we are. Hello. Yes. No, we are at the Bees Brambles, on the north side of town.
And I'll relay that. They're doing great.
They're on the north side of town? Okay,
Mhm.
good. Okay.
You would know the Bees Bramble to be a halfling bar.
They're in good
basically. And it's a halfling bar because almost nobody else can like fit in there. It's
Let
built
Grendel
for their
try.
size.
Grendel lived in a halfling household her whole life.
You made an extra door just in case their daughter shows up.
Fun
but
fact:
yeah,
Grendel is a contortionist.
you've been to the Beast Bramble a few times.
She can
in this
stand
town
straight
playthrough.
up and walk to balcony.
Is there any
Extra
other
half step for her.
matters that we need to discuss before the night's end?
Are you okay, William?
I'm fine, Solomon.
Godi, are you okay?
Yes.
And he'll direct the last question to our financial benefactor. And sir, are you and your family okay?
I believe that remains to be seen, but I am optimistic.
And that may be the best news we've heard all day.
It all
Then we
depends on
rest.
your success in Embershard.
I have hope.
Harpon is going to approach Coraline. What's the name? Wow, my brain just had a what? Corellius.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who you are anymore.
I don't know. It's all confusing. He approaches him, produces a little small parchment that's rolled very tiny, and he hands it to him. Once you are ready to make the final march away from here, the instructions will be there. The parchment won't stay there or the ink for long, so be ready to memorize it. Do not copy it anywhere. If I do not see you to send you off, I will make sure that someone who I trust will ensure your arrival to your next destination.
I'll start collecting my things then.
Do it so.
If we are getting ready to sort of like rest for the evening, Godi will, like as people are getting up and shifting, he'll walk over to William and just say, "We have a long journey ahead of us."
Aye.
You're not going to be in the city for some time. Perhaps you should meet up for a drink with some old friends in the city, and we will see you in the morning. And he's going to hold out his hand to shake.
He looks down at your hand. I'll see you then. And he reaches out, shakes it firmly before making for the door.
As he's holding your hand and shaking it, he says, "Buy the first round for your friend," as he slips the vial into your hand.
Will do, Godi. See you in the morning.
Bye, William. Don't get too shit-faced.
See you in the morning, William.
Am I
Grendel.
rolling a sleight of hand, Gotti?
I'd rather not.
Would you still do it though?
Oh God, Harpon's an ass.
11.
What'd you get?
What did you get?
What'd you get?
I asked you to do it. What do you get?
That is
You're
a
the
dirty,
one who
filthy,
initiated
nasty
it.
fucking 20.
Yeah, it's really against passive perception. So
Wouldn't that be
19
nice?
on the die. I got a +1 to sleight of hand, motherfucker.
It's cute. It's cute.
God damn it! Don't talk like that. Don't talk like a DM. Come on, Victor.
No, I have no follow up.
Yeah,
no
Were you
follow-up.
the one
That's
who
it.
started
Thank you.
shit, and Goaty is the
There's
one
no
that finished
follow up
it.
because
Thank
he
you.
has the observant feat and he's
not
got
how
like
the
a
year should
27
end.
passive perception.
Not how it should end.
Expertise in perception because he's a fucking rogue. We don't even know if he's the same level as us. He could be like level 75.
Are you in the level of your nightmare, son?
On the level of your nightmares.
Oh.
You're not my nightmares.
You
You're
don't
my
even know.
sweetest dreams.
Take that
know.
Victor mask off and show us who you really are.
Shut
It's another mask.
Shows up.
It's
at
Quirdo.
Harpon was Querdo all along. Why does that
Mhm.
fit so fucking well?
So as
With-
you all go about
with this,
your-
as we're saying goodbye to William, Cody's going to say, Grendel,
Yes?
come with me.
Okay. And she's gonna gather up all the flower crowns, put them back in the bag, and she's gonna follow around just a trail of flower petals behind her. What are we doing?
Bring Dizikath's axe.
Bring the axe?
Yes.
Okay. The phases Sharpie do. Yes, I got it.
Cody's going to take Grendel outside and turn around, like kind of standing like 5 feet apart from her, and just say, some of the creatures that we are going to be up against.
Mhm.
Yes, slashing is not the best thing because they might multiply. However,
So I hold it like
If-
this, and she turns it upside down, and the handle's facing upwards.
he's just going to... No.
Oh, okay.
This axe does have magical abilities. Therefore, it will still be effective in a... Hold on. It will still be effective if you are in close proximity to one of these creatures. Some of them, the ones that we fight that will have arms and legs,
Arms and legs.
you are going to be able to use this axe as FaZe did.
To cut off
We're
people's
going
heads?
to... Yes.
Okay.
We're going to practice.
I can't cut off your head, Goldie. That's
I
not
would
very
hope
nice.
you would not, but you can get close.
But that's dangerous.
I will be fine.
Okay.
It is easiest if you can knock your enemy until they are laying on the ground. And
Oh,
then
like this, and
aim
she's
for
gonna
them.
kick him in the knee.
Roll an athletics check.
And so it was that Cody had to get himself
21. Oh wait, no, athletics? Hold on.
Yeah.
24.
Okay, so you beat me by 11. Yes, you knocked your blood on her head. And then what do you do?
Go for the head.
You go for the head, and she kind of raises up, and she kind of sees it. You kind of see her lip quiver for a moment, being like, "I don't want to do this," and then she goes, "Ah!"
Is it going to go for like the ground, or is she going to stop it?
She's gonna close her eyes and stop right before she hits his neck, and she's just gonna be like this. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
I feel like if she were
There's
to kill Cody, it turns into like an Adult Swim version of Chelsea Vardin.
Beautiful. Grendel closes her eyes and holds the axe down. And when you open, Cody is smirking up at you and he says, "Very good. Again." And he's going to stand up and he's going to practice with Grendel so that she knows the best ways to knock people down and then try to chop their head off so that she can best use this axe.
I will say the first time he gets up, she immediately just kicks his knee in again.
Listen, I got a +3. I do have powerful build, but like you're still Grendel.
Yeah, but Grendel will be practicing, and I will say at some point it no longer gets to where she's stopping. She's just hitting right next to his head. And I would say the more that she gets comfortable with it, you kind of almost see this evolution of she's very much still thinking about Helene and having to get stronger. And she is sort of familiarizing this as Godi is trying to make sure she gets stronger with this new weapon that she has. So you kind of see her slowly like go from to and she starts taking a lot more seriously until I would say she gets just way too close for comfort, and she will let go of the handle and she's like, oh, I'm sorry.
However long it takes for that to happen, however many times you have to knock Godi on his ass. But that point where he kind of looks up and is a little concerned, like, oh shit. And then you let go and everything. He's going to stand up, look at Grendel. He's got to look up at Grendel. Look up at Grendel. And he's going to pick the axe up out of the ground and hand it back to her and say, never apologize to somebody on the other end of this axe.
But you're my friend, Godi. And you're not an enemy. The thing is, you're not supposed to be on the end of this axe. You already have been. Or close to it, I guess.
I have been on the other end of that axe. And because of that, it's now in your hands.
Well,
I'm making sure that while it is in your hands, the same thing will not happen.
We will cut Mr. Ball's head off.
Cut off any head that you need to.
Not yours, though. I like your head. It looks good on your shoulders.
He's just going to leave that alone. Come, let us get rest. You've
Okay.
done well.
You probably see Harpin exiting as he's like adjusting cape on him. And he's just walking away.
Are you leaving us?
I will meet you in the morning.
How's that bum knee, Godi?
Put some ice.
There was a point to this. This wasn't me trying to have a strength match with Grendel because I know I'd lose. We were teaching.
Are there any other activities for this evening before we go into rest?
I will say, and we can handle that after the rest, but Harpin is actually not going to rest until after he goes to the Chapel of Erindor.
Okay.
To sort out what he can do to help the party before their departure.
All right. You just let me know how you would like to go about that. William.
It's nighttime, right?
Yeah, the sun has set effectively.
Is the moon out?
Yes.
Shit. Well, look. No.
Sun hat.
Well.
Moon hat.
No. So, well, no one's with me. So, I think upon realizing my current visage in this light, William will, stick to the back road so he's not drawing attention to himself as he makes his way down to the pier, where a certain feathery friend resided. And he's gonna make his way onto his ship.
The ship is gone.
Oh fuck! No! No! No!
Oh my god! Plot twist! Should have punched a hole in it, William.
Sovereign's Pride. Is that still there?
Sovereign's Pride is still in the dock.
Okay, cool. Well, he's gonna instead, now that his plans have changed slightly, he's gonna go make his way to one of the pier taverns real quick. Steal a bottle. No, he'll not be a dick this fucking time. Buy a bottle of rum and just hang out by the gangplank of Sovereign's Pride for the night. And just sleep there. Out of, like, in between some crates so he's not, out in the open.
Yeah.
In his
So
current
sad.
visage.
The bartender, you put your money on the counter after you take the bottle. And he goes, "Come here." And he puts his hand on your head, like on your forehead.
Just take the fucking money. Might not be here when I get back.
So
Or I might be dead. I don't know.
When can I expect the rest of it?
Well,
Forget it, you idiot. Get out of here.
I'm gonna miss this banter for a while. And yeah, he'll walk out, make his way to the pier, and find a secluded spot where he can keep eye on Sovereign's Pride.
Okay.
For the rest of the night.
You watch, and everything is lit up. There's lanterns everywhere on this thing. It is a beautiful ship. Looks almost brand new. The sails are just shimmering in this light, and there's guards posted that are just walking their route pretty much all night. You wake the next morning, William, to a seagull right next to you, and you've got probably 5 or 6 splotches on you. Just white bird shit just on you.
Motherfuckers!
He just flies off.
Before he tries to take off, William just grabs Ivara and swings down at that motherfucker, trying to take him out before he can leave.
roll me an attack.
You motherfucker! Oh, that's a 4. There's no 14.
14?
Yeah.
It's a seagull.
It's a seagull. Absolutely. You smash it basically into the crate, and there's just dead seagull at this point.
This fucking serves you right, mate. How do I usually clean this off? I'm normally not this fucking sober when I wake up in this state.
You notice, William, that you are still just as drunk as you were yesterday.
Well,
Nothing
right,
has
yeah.
changed on that, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just like normally he's like way more hungover when he finds himself in this state, and he's like, "Oh,
Right.
this is kind of sober for me." I think he'll end up like finding a ladder that will lead down to the bay and just take a quick swim real quick, wash off his clothes, into the drink with him.
What do the rest of you do as you wake? Grendel, the sun comes through your window and kind of wakes you up with almost like somebody shining a mirror into your eyes. And the sun's glinting off of something you were able to take off of the ship when you first arrived here. A moderate-sized ballista.
Grendel, I completely forgot about the ballista. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay, Grendel she wakes up and she goes, huh. She walks over to it and she kind of picks it up and she feels the weight and she kind of points it at herself for a moment, like the arrow pointing towards her. It's loaded. And she then kind of sits there, she stares at it, and she then pokes the end of it. She goes, "This is pokey. This isn't slashing. This is pokey." Goldie! And she starts just running through the hallway. Still, this thing is aimed at her face as she is running down the hallway.
If William was there, he would lose his ever fucking mind. I swear.
Goody like shoots his head up from like studying over his spell book, just like, what could possibly be going wrong this early in the morning.
Goldie! And she kicks in his door, and she's again holding this ballistica arrow first to her face. She goes, "This does pokey damage, not slashy damage, right?"
He's gonna move it away from your face.
Oh, yanking things out of people's hands is not very polite. Are you grumpy this morning?
He didn't take it out of your hands. He just pointed it away from your face.
Oh, okay. And she kind of sits there and she goes like this, and then she points it at Cody.
Yes. Just off to one side. And just like, why do you have a siege weapon?
I ripped it off the ship.
Oh.
I just borrowed it, though. I'm planning to return it one day.
Okay, why are you pointing it at yourself and myself this early in the morning?
Well, if I can't kick their kneecaps in if they don't have limbs, I can get them from a distance. Like, it's kind of like Williams, but it's bigger, and it... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so Jesus Christ. As soon as it escaped my mouth.
Good night, everybody. That's our stream.
Well.
But instead of the little metal balls, it is this giant arrow that goes whoosh.
By this point, William would have been well on his way back to the Airbnb. I keep forgetting the name of it.
Honeywell.
I'm sure by this point his clothes would be dry, but
I would say. Oh, sorry, finish.
I was just saying, waiting for the group outside. Yeah. No, that's sunlight.
You're rewinding a little bit to the night before. Harpon would have made his way to the chapel. Would I have a contact in that chapel?
I would say so.
Okay.
Sister Mary would be your contact.
I say that he would approach once he reaches the entry point and he sees the first practitioner there. He just has a moment, solemn nod.
Erendar's blessings upon you, child. What can we do for you?
Upon you as well, thank you. I was perhaps wanted to inquire if Sister Mary may be present.
Yes, I believe so. Do you require conversation with her?
Indeed, if it wouldn't be too much bother, could you tell her that Sir Cortez is here for her?
Kind of just nods and walks off. And a few moments later, Sister Mary approaches. Blessings of Erendor upon you.
And upon you, sister. I was hoping perhaps I could have a word with you about some advice and guidance in private.
Of course, my child. Right this way.
Harpon follows, taking a moment, like having a pause in the middle of the chapel, looking toward the altars before following.
You enter a small, just a small side room meant for either confession or just study or therapy, for lack of a better word. Yeah, just that divulging in private from one person to another. So. What brings you to Greenport, Mr. Cortez?
Oh,
I don't assume that this is a social visit.
I'm afraid I do not have the privilege of such things. But, while I do not have much time, I will be brief. There are threats and dangers currently unfolding throughout the continent, and some of it has quite a dark nature.
I've been made aware of some of it happening in Greenport, everyone that has been rounded up into one sector of the city.
Indeed. And
What you
so
need?
I come with a request along with knowledge. It has been brought to my attention that some of the research about these threats has been unfolded, and it appears that one of the things they are most vulnerable to are sources of light magic, divine magic. Now, unlike yourself, I am not one to be devoted to a deity of such nature, but I believe after all these years, you may entrust me with anything that you can provide, for I have a party about to head to more dangerous paths, and we are certain to encounter those threats at a higher rate, and none of them follow a devout path such as yourself. So I am here to ask for any tools, abilities, spells, potions, tomes, anything that could be of use that you are willing to part with. Of course, Madame Dorset will ensure that you receive support for the temple and protection.
We have on hand a collection of vials of holy water blessed here at the Chapel of Arendor. You're welcome to take any of those for your needs. However, you cannot take them all, as that would be rather suspicious. I may have something here that may help. And she hands you a give me one moment. She hands you a scroll of moonbeam.
Ooh. Smash.
So you have 6 vials of holy water and a spell scroll of moonbeam. Are these to your liking?
They are taken with much gratitude.
Very
And you
nice.
have my word that they will be used, not in vain. He's about to leave, and then he pauses, then turns around to look at her. Be careful, Sister Mary. I'm afraid the dangers that we currently have are only going to continue to increase. Try your best to bless as much of this port as you can. And if I may suggest, there's a ship at the port, the Sovereign's Pride. Something tells me those who dwell there might be willing to lend aid and be useful protecting the place.
Duly noted, thank you. Allies run short in this time.
Indeed, they do. Light of Erendel be with you.
And with you, Kates. Take care of yourself.
And with that, he leaves. He probably spends the night at an undisclosed location. And in the morning, as William has already arrived and everybody else has gathered and awake, he comes in. And once the party is all gathered together, you will see that he produces these vials and places them on a table around from them, as he just explains to them all. These are vials of holy water, blessed in the chapel of Erendel here.
Do we drink
I suggest... What?
Do we drink them?
No.
Oh.
They are imbued with magic, light magic, which can be used against the creatures that we may face. Should we ever encounter them, you can coat your weapons with it, or you can just use them against these creatures directly. I suggest you all take these, or they may prove useful.
Okay.
And then he calls out Cody, and he produces the scroll and hands it over to him. I trust that you will know what to do with this when the time arises.
And this scroll, once again, is...
Moonbeam.
Powerful as fuck, boy! I love that spell.
Goaty's gonna turn into the man in the moon.
So me checking... Chris, I'll message you. That's the whole thing.
Well, I need to make a stop at the Emporium. I need to resupply on black powder rounds. Maybe acquire some alchemical fire. Something
Fire's
that can
bad, William.
handle. We need to supply ourselves. Make sure we're armed properly. We've come into a fight ill-equipped. We won't come out of it alive.
Okay, but you only set the bad guys on fire.
That was never in question.
Fire doesn't really work like that, but okay.
But might I suggest saying your goodbyes to those of you that have friends or family in town? It might be a long journey ahead of us.
I will go and visit Papa and Mama, and I'll see if they are still at the Halfling Club.
Okay, do that. We'll meet at the Northern Gate. Is that correct? Are we heading north?
That depends on all of you. You wanted to get some stuff in town?
Yeah, I'm going to stop at the Emporium, along with Solomon to get some more supplies before we head out. But we're heading towards Embershard, so whichever direction that we need to meet, that's the point of whatever gate at that location is where William is trying to take the meetup.
It'd be like the northwestern side, where that gate kind of leads towards the road. Harpon, you would know that there are two roads to Embershard. One is the Sovereign's Road, which was paved and cut, and it goes through a bit of woods, over some creeks, through a mountain pass, and on the other side of the mountain pass is Embershard. The other is the Goblin Tunnels that are beneath it all. They're winding and vast, as they're used as a primary kind of transport for Goblin war parties to cross undetected. through populated areas that now have cities in them. Either one will take you about the same amount of time. It just depends on whether you want to deal with things that are above or below. That's entirely up to the party. For the time being, you wanted to go to Damien Quinceris. Okay. Corellian will make it back here in the morning as well. So, a bit of shopping before we get out of here.
Aye.
Equip you properly for this. And don't worry about the cost. We'll take care of it, all right?
It's mighty generous of you.
It's the least I can do.
Harpen is actually going to take one of the 6 vials and give it to Corellian.
Thank you.
Goody. We'll meet the lot of you at the northwestern gate out of town. Solomon and I will head with Corellian here to the Emporium, get some more supplies for the group.
Okay.
I'll come along.
I'm going to go and say goodbye to Mama and Papa and make sure that they do not go anywhere near what is the name of the city?
Embershard.
Embershard. Like fire shard. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go visit Mama, Papa. You guys have fun going shopping.
Chris, I will say that I would assume that if I am familiar with both of these routes, that there are various points of entry to the Goblin Tunnels throughout the journey.
Yes.
So I'm going to say that unless the party specifies any particular danger, or that I am aware of any particular danger on the surface, I will probably just lead them through the regular road. But should anything arise, or I may catch wind or notice by informant or anything else that there may be some dangers happening and brewing in the surface, he probably would just take whatever measures to find one of the entry points to the Goblin Tunnels and go. So he would potentially move up and down, as above and surface as needed based on the journey ahead.
As for outside the cities and along the roads in the wilds, your usual bears, wolves, and things like that, which are easily avoidable, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. But if a need should arise to take one of those, you just let me know. So you make it to the Quincy's Magical Emporium, and the Magical Emporium is, again, scratched out, and Tavern is scratched in. As you come in, the little door bell rings. Cling. I'll be right with you. Stop! Put that away! Stop pointing that in that direction! No! Shut up! Put your coat on! Put it on! And he kind of pops his head out of the curtain. Oh, never mind. It's them. So this young-looking drow individual comes out very quickly. Yes, what can I do for you? A drink, libation?
William immediately inspects the eyes.
What are you looking for?
Are they wandering again, or are they straightforward?
They're straightforward.
Okay. Okay, you're not the goblins. All right.
Do you need to talk to them?
No, well, I mean, actually, yeah, I need more supplies from them, but we're here specifically in regards to alchemical fire and what else could we use? Maybe some enchantments, weapon enchantments with of the fiery nature, if you got any.
Alchemical fire, I can have. I can have a few ready in the next half hour, and enchantments take a bit longer, probably a week or so.
We don't have that kind of time, mate, but we could do the alchemical fire. How many can you have ready?
As many as you need, right, Creek? Right, what you need?
Let's do
Smash.
6 vials. 6 vials I'll take. And then I need to resupply on black powder shot for both my blunderbuss, both Ivara and Nadia here, as well as Alexandria and Antoinette and Giselle. These are all weapons, mind you. Yeah. So
Right, so 6 vials of whiz bangs, and he just starts listing off like different things. Arrow, hey, 6 vials of whiz bangs, 3 flyers, 4 threes, and just goes through, and it's your order basically, but they've got their own code for it.
inventory language, I got you. And then let's do a powder keg, a portable powder keg that I can carry along with me.
Oh, that's gonna be steep. It's gonna be a bit of money there, Quincy.
Apparently, my friend Corellian says money's not a factor.
Well, what are we looking at? Well, yeah. Whiz bangs are pretty expensive these days, you know. You got lots of things. Yeah.
Inside check.
Go for it.
Oh, never mind. That's a 10.
It's all very technical.
15. Oh, actually, technical assessment here. I believe it allows me to roll a d10 to that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tactical assessment. Yeah, insight. Abso-fucking-lutely, I'm burning one of those.
Well, you're looking at about 500 gold pieces.
So 15 plus 8, that's going to be 23.
He's bullshitting. This shouldn't be more than 300.
Mate, the life of this entire city is on the line. You want to be a little more forthright.
What you mean? We're just trying to make a living here.
Don't scout my friend here. He's being generous in paying for my groceries.
All right. 300. That's a fair price, eh?
That's a lot better.
Yeah.
Corellian, is that suitable with you?
Yes, that should be fine. He digs in his pocket and takes out like a bunch of Electrum.
Have you got any studded leather armor?
What's that?
Have you got any armor, leather? Light enough, but sturdy enough?
Yeah, we got some armor. It's not enchanted, but she'll get you through it.
Will do.
Listen, all of our enchanted stuff got stolen about 3 weeks ago. So we're just flying by the seat of our pants at this point. Spell scrolls gone. Weapons,
do you know who did it?
Gone. I blame the fucking kobolds, personally.
Do you have enchantments? Are you telling me there is no way for you to try to scry on any of the items that we're selling to find out where they are? Or have you not thought of that?
I haven't thought of that. Quincy! Yes, what? Can you scry? My scrying orb was taken with everything else, you idiot.
Oh yeah. Well, I think we were originally hired to deal with that, but sorry, mate. We got a little sidetracked with the whole city going awry. Is there anyone you would recommend that has access or inventory with enchanted armor?
You might try the smith. They might have some. And Corellian kind of pipes up. If you're looking for enchanted items and spell scrolls and things, I have plenty of that in my house.
Oh, shit. Well, why the fuck didn't you speak up, mate?
I wasn't quite sure what you were looking for, but
Well, now we know. Well, how much time do you need? 30 minutes, right, for the alchemist Fire.
Um,
See.
Creek looks back and Harold does like a little sign. We're down to 15 minutes now. He's doing quick work on them whiz bangs.
All right, you
Um,
two. You two want to make for the gear, and I'll stick around and collect inventory here.
I will look around some more.
All right. Sweet shooting.
So yeah, if available, he would potentially acquire a studded leather armor for himself.
At this location?
If it's available, unless
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
unless like Corellian would have something enchanted in the same vein.
Carillion would have something like a +1
Gotcha.
studded leather.
I still would say that Harper will probably have a moment and try to get any information about this particular missing items, if they have any details about how it went missing, when it went missing.
Well, I wasn't here. I was out getting more black powder. And Quincy, I think, went grocery shopping and had to get himself some apples. We came back, it was all gone.
Corellian, amongst your items, have you perhaps something that could be used for scrying?
I've spent some time at the Arcane Academy in the capital when I was a younger man, and I have scrolls. There's probably a scrying spell in there.
If I return to you, he turns to the shopkeepers. If I return to you with this scroll, and you were to find the whereabouts of your items, and I were to help you with it and acquire them, would I be able to claim of that list that I managed to return?
Whoa, I don't know. And Quincy's hand just slaps him in the mouth. You get me a way to get my inventory back, and us back on our feet, you can have the fucking whole lot.
Wonderful. And then he just...
Mate, is that wise? We're about to make for Embershard. Are we really going to take time out of our day?
Don't worry about it. We are not going to take the time. But it shall be done.
It's your show, mate.
I'm going to, ahead of time, what I'm going to say is, once we get back to Corellian's spot and he gets the scroll, he's going to use his owl to send the scroll back, and he's going to have the owl wait to get the information about the whereabouts of the items while he's prepping with the rest of the party.
Okay. So, back at the Enoch matter, he goes through and digs out a few of his father's old pieces of adventuring gear, essentially, and kind of looking at it for one last time, he hands it over, and it's your studded leather +1. Just take good care of it. Now, Godi, I believe you were looking for some spells. And he turns around, and all the bookshelves and stuff that were just toppled over in the skirmish with this big ooze monster creature are still like fallen over and around it. And he begins to like kind of go through and dig through the piles of books that have fallen there. Is there a particular one you're looking for?
I would like a scroll for identifying items, and I would like any spells that focus on light and the particular radiance of the divine. What Matt is asking for.
Yes.
Specifically, a scroll of identify. And then if there are scrolls of, because these are wizard spells that deal radiant damage, the 3rd level spell Spirit Shroud and the 4th level spell Sickening Radiance.
Smash.
Well, look at you, big
But if
brain
there's
over here.
ones that do radiant damage that are not wizard spells, I'll still be interested. Just those 2 are wizard spells, which means that I could have them permanently if I have a moment with my book and a pen.
Okay. So he goes through and starts picking up the book after you tell him kind of what you're looking for. That doesn't look right. Oh. There. And he hands you basically the book that he was using earlier to cast the Zone of Truth. It's a very similar book. And he's just got these spell scrolls like categorized in this binder, essentially. There's spells in here that I have not used, but the pages are blank. But your identify spell is there. And he starts looking through other books. He's like, this one's the exact same. And you get the idea that through that fight, that monster got so big because it was just pulling these spells out of these pages.
Oh, that's how they're doing it.
Them in the process through that. But you have Spirit Shroud, Sickening Radiance.
Don't entice me with spell scrolls when I'm doing the coding thing. So are the historical texts that we were looking at in the library magical?
Keen mind.
Everything has magic in it. Whether it's a stone on the ground or just a regular human being walking down the street, there is a shred of Maela and her weave through each and every person. It's all connected.
It encircles us, it enshrouds us, it binds us together.
Because Godi knows that every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit.
He can paint with all the colors of the weave.
It penetrates us, it binds us.
Hey, don't go doing that.
Darkness bind them.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, there was one in the library and we didn't even know.
Yeah. And a lot of books were missing these things.
So somebody in there was one of those fucking creatures.
Harpoon.
What?
I would assume, like, this is math. Okay, so Godi would technically also be literally wherever we are. He's gonna like look at it and you're like, these ones are blank. I don't know why. And he's just gonna go, oh, and then make the connection between the ones at the library, and then make the connection about these are scrolls, and those things eat magic. And he's just gonna go, wait a minute, and turn towards the magistrate's library, like looking through the wall at it.
Holy fuck.
I have one more tome. I'm not sure if you were quite interested in. Are you all right, Godi?
No.
What is it?
There is an aspect of Vorak Ball in the Magisterium's library.
Oh, what do we do about that?
These creatures feed off of magic, and that is the largest collection of magical knowledge, items, and people that our fearless government could put under one roof.
What are you saying, Godi? We need to get
Harpon is gone. Like, as soon as he understands what Godi's saying, he just bolts to the door.
We just made a huge uncovery! What is going on? Oh no! That's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Chris, correct me if I'm off base, please. Because if my tinfoil hat is about to derail this entire campaign, then let me know.
I'm making Harpon running slow-mo just in case. Am I about to go back to the
I
magic?
think you're on the right track, that there is something there.
But not to the extent that we think it is.
Not okay, yeah, like not as big, maybe.
These creatures are not subtle.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Well, yeah, there's magic.
They
but
appear and consume and get as big as possible and just keep going.
So how did one consume and not get noticed while I was there?
There is probably something or someone tampering with it along those lines.
Who is Vorak Ball? This motherfucker.
Oh my god.
The eyebrow. Anybody else notice the eyebrow? I noticed the eyebrow.
What is going on?
So I will say that, okay, so I'm going to recant that, because I'm going to say that, well, yes, that is true, that there is a significant amount of magic. That also means that there's a lot of magic users. So like a creature like that showing up at a place of magic would be like, it would get whatever the fuck magic comes its way and just blast.
It would attract a lot of attention, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like it's gonna be a bunch of people just with a bunch of clubs and bats trying to hit it. There's gonna be magic users and wielders fighting it back.
Like,
but now I'm curious how
studying these fucking words and things, these discrepancies in the weave as they've been happening, to like he knows what they feel like and how things react when they happen. And like,
Cody, are you suggesting that you believe that there may have been one of these creatures at the Magisterium's library?
Either that or something like it, or whatever is tampering with the weave. I don't know exactly what it could be, but
you're saying this is because you saw
something.
You're saying this because you saw a book that was lacking some pages as well?
Several.
So if these creatures are, and often look as the one that we faced did, I do not think they would have much opportunity to have at it in the library. However, perhaps it is not a creature that we're looking for who took the pages, but someone who would like to feed them.
Ooh.
Perhaps the creature did not take it just needs to be near these things. It's one sapped my magic just from entering the room with me.
Yes, which means also that someone who may have access to the Magisterium's library could potentially attempt to rip pages and take them with them outside of the Magisterium.
But they don't need to take the pages. The pages themselves were there. The magic imbued in them is what was taken just from being in proximity. And if this creature that we fought was that large and was able to take magic from this bookshelf, how powerful would one have to be to take this from another level or another room, or perhaps from below or above this tower?
Harper's going to turn to Corellian. Corellian,
Yes.
with your knowledge, are there any spells or magical uses that a user could do to absorb the magic out of a book? perhaps store it somewhere and then release it.
I've heard of arcane containment in crystals. There have been lots of prismatic arcane studies in that respect.
Any knowledge of anyone within the Magisterium's library who may have skills of such grade?
Oh, not in this branch. Probably every other person at the Crystal Arcanium in the capital, but not here in Greenport.
So,
Cody?
Corellian,
Yes.
this is going to be an obscure request.
Of course.
Do you know of, be it in a book or in a frame, any artist's depiction of this mage tower?
Yes.
Preferably the older, the better.
I believe there's an artwork in the library itself.
I don't want to go in there. That's probably not a good idea for any of us. Do you have a book here? Is there a book? Cody's speaking very fast now. Like,
Yeah.
like I need to see what an artist has seen in the past. Is there a book here? Is
right.
there?
He goes through and he's like, yes, my very first book from my first year at the Arcanium. And he hands it to you, and on the front is like basically a picture of the crystal tower of the Arcanium in the capital.
He's going to take this book and he's going to grab Grendel and go outside. And he's going to, because he doesn't trust himself.
Grendel's not
He's
here.
going-
Grendel's gone off to go and visit
Yeah,
her parents.
with her parents.
And I'm finding Grendel.
Would you like to tell us what you're thinking, Cody?
It's not. It doesn't matter if it's enchanted or not. It is just the weave through everything, and I need Grendel to prove it.
What?
How so?
Because she sees more than I ever can. And you proved it.
Me?
Can I find Grendel?
Yeah, absolutely. She's at the Bee's Bramble, which
Ah,
is
wow.
very easy to find. It is loud, boisterous, and singing.
I would,
Mama, Papa.
Grendel, I require your assistance.
Oh, hi, Goldie. Have you come to see Mama and Papa as well?
Yes, in just a moment, please. Just 1 second. Can you come here?
Oh, okay. All right.
And he's going to find a spot outside where you got a clear line of sight of the tower. And he's
Okay.
going to say, please look at the tower. And now please look at the tower in this picture. Are the colors off?
So, of course, Grendel, upon him showing her a book, she's going to take out her glasses and she goes, okay, hold on. We have to read. Hold on. Okay.
No, you don't have to read. You just have to look. But maybe the glasses will
It
help.
makes me feel smarter. And so she's going to take a moment. She's going to like kind of look at the building. She'll look at the book. Does Grendel see any difference?
What are you looking for, Gody? The colors being off in what
Dimmer,
way?
damper, anything like her dress was after being in proximity to one of these things, which is why she said Harpin, his disguise, was off because it wasn't the right shade.
Yes.
Big brain
So
moment.
if there's one of these things in this fucking tower, then an artist depiction from years ago is gonna be a different shade of whatever fucking colors were used. And depending on how far off it is, we know how big this thing is or how long it's been there.
What are these colors?
They are slightly off. They are
What's
dimmer.
the color of the building originally?
It is more of a like a very pristine marble, a very white, pristine marble.
So like a
In the picture.
creamish
Yeah.
white with like a hint of brown and bronze.
Yeah.
Throughout. Okay.
And the bronze color is more, it's not as shiny, and the marble itself is not as smooth and silky. It's more rough almost. And not so much white, but more so gray.
Grundle will take a moment. She'll look at the picture and she'll look at the tower, and she goes, "Whoever is the groundkeeper of this place is not doing a very good job making sure this place is clean. Like, this looks disgusting. Like, do you not see here? So this is a beautiful cream white, but that looks more like mop water gray. It's not very appealing, and in all honesty, I do not like the fact that the beautiful bronze is not bronze. It looks more like dried blood."
What is there a difference? Is it like, ignoring the book now, like he's pointing at the tower, just be like, is there a difference between the shade at the top or at the bottom or somewhere in the middle at all? Is it more dull or all those other things that you just said? Is it
where's
more
the
of that
ombre
in
coming
any spot? Yes. Theory
Randall.
being that it'll be more dull the closer to the source of this drain.
Master DM? What does Grendel see with her Grendel eyes?
It all looks fairly the same, except for on the one side where the library itself exists. It's not so much gray, it's darker shades of gray. And towards the bottom where the wall meets the ground, it's black.
I will say, like, maybe like, I don't know. Like, if you look here, Goldie, it looks like they did not scrub that wall good enough. It just, like, granted, the groundskeeper is absolute garbage for how he's keeping up this place, but it seems that seems to be where they're dumping all the shit.
No. What's going on?
You
I have
hear
no clue, William.
behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like my time here is done, and I need to head back to where I'm more needed. My work here is done, and it should keep you busy for a little while. And you turn and you see Abigail, the librarian.
You motherfucker!
This sweet little old lady.
She leans in. Congratulations. You found the harbinger of the Midnight Court, and she disappeared.
Witchbolt.
Old person.
Grapple? Can Grendel go for a grapple?
Okay. What do we want to try?
Michael, you come get your girl. What?
With that, I believe we'll end our session for today.
I need more!
Thank you, everyone, for being with us for our last episode of Tales of Vardin for 2023. We will see you in 2024 in 2 weeks.
I'm gonna die.
How did we catch this right as we're about to leave? Oh my god!
Chris, I'm satisfied, but I'm also angry. Brenda has no idea what's going on, but I do.
Well
Explains
done, Chris.
satisfaction.
Oh my
explains
god.
missing pages. It explains Magisterium's involvement.
Cody's
Is Embershard a fucking
paid
red
off.
herring? I'm gonna lose my fucking shit, Mr. Kinney.
We will have to wait until 2024 to see. But
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make
I'll
it.
work tomorrow. I am off until Tuesday. I don't need sleep. I need answers.
Oh my god!
Okay,
According-
okay, I'll calm down.
according to Harpon's research and investigation, and upon everything that you have heard from multiple sources, Embershard does seem to be, like you said a few episodes ago, ground zero. However, this is their attempt to spread it and create another nexus for this thing to just to just kind of tendril out. And if they can surround the coast and work their way inland,
They're like mushrooms.
So
cut everything off.
I was fucking right. There was somebody in there. Ah! I knew it.
They helped you find the information. They
Oh,
put it in front of you and took it away at the same time.
You gave me all the.
They
breadcrumbs.
had us only see
wasn't
what we
hungry
wanted
enough.
them to see.
that
That
is
bitch.
And Grendel was
So,
the key the whole
Abigail-
time.
The whole time. The whole time?
Abigail is an aspect of Borak Ball. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm losing my shit here.
Yeah.
All right.
Grendel's new
My-
superpower is to be able to figure out things by color coordination alone.
Oh, there's so many questions. So many questions.
We don't get answers for 2 weeks.
Well, love you guys. Thank you
We
for
will
tuning
see
in.
you. Until next time,
Thanks.
to be diced.
My brain. My fucking brain. We're to be nice. Have a good night. Oh my god.